Okay, well, without waiting too long here past 10 o'clock, I'd like to go ahead and get started. Thank you, everybody, for joining today, and thank you for coming and dialing into today's meeting. Um, There'll be an opportunity for public comment after the opening presentations and during each agenda item. And as a reminder to the task force and for those making public comment, please introduce yourself, name and organization every time you make a remark so that the public and those participating remotely know who is speaking. Um, Before we begin our main agenda today, I'd like to welcome Alex Bockelman to make some opening remarks. Thank you.
Great. Good morning. Good to see fellow task force members and the public here. I thought my remarks, given today's agenda, would really focus on kind of what the Bay Area is grappling with in terms of our transit fiscal cliff, but also the context for how important transit is to the region. I think, again, I work for the Metropolitan Transportation Commission, and that is the regional transportation and planning agency for the 9-county Bay Area. And, since COVID occurred in the region, I think we have spent so much of our time really trying to advocate and distribute the emergency relief and figure out what the next strategy is to have a thriving transit system, because it is so important to our region. And definitely COVID did upend the business model for many of our transit systems. To that end, MTC had convened a select committee to look at a transportation revenue measure last fall, and really that was to try to help inform the legislative process to develop a regional measure that would avoid major service cuts in the region, advance transit transformation to attract new riders, and most importantly, really be able to win support in Sacramento and ultimately at the ballot. And it's noteworthy that this week a bill that was introduced by Senators Wiener and Arreguín did clear 2 committees that would provide enabling legislation for a transportation revenue measure. So it's a good week in that way. Next slide. So in terms of the context for the funding crisis affecting the Bay Area, based on surveys that MTC has conducted in partnership with the Bay Area Council, and I don't see board member Wunderman here, but anyways, his organization, over half of Bay Area employers have their staff coming into the office 2 to 3 days per week, with only about 1/4 coming in 4 to 5 days per week. And the share of employers who are fully employers who are fully remote has settled around 12%. So really, one way of looking at this is that there's really, it's simply a math problem. There's a structural deficit resulting from the upending of Bay Area's transit business model, which really was dependent on a 5-day commute into downtown San Francisco from the peninsula, from the East Bay, and also a thriving San Francisco economy. And while we may see some changes, we are seeing changes in return to work. We shouldn't expect dramatic shifts in the near term. So assuming we want to continue to have a thriving transit system, we really need a new source of revenue. Next slide. The change in commuting has been the driving force causing the downturn in transit ridership in the region. And while we've been on upward trends since the low point in 2020, ridership overall is still about 2/3 of its pre-COVID levels. There continues to be a great deal of variation by operator, with systems that historically serve local trips rather than regional trips recovering much more quickly. And obviously, funding systems that relied on fare revenue have been hit hard, as well as San Francisco Muni relies a lot on parking revenues, which is also down significantly. So transit operators have continued to work to find ways to operate more efficiently and cut costs, but the size of the funding gap, which in our region stands at over $700 million once the runway ends, is just far too large to be addressed through cost-saving measures alone. So really, outside of a regional measure or state funds, there's really no viable options that can deliver funding at a scale in a predictable manner. Next slide. And the challenge to transit is not just about mobility. The Bay Area's climate goals also depend on transit. The chart at the right shows what would happen if BART's worst case scenario, and I shudder to think there's probably a worse even worse case. But anyways, this would be cutting to 1 hour headways. In short, the Bay Area would miss our climate goals by half. Next slide. And transit is also foundational to our housing strategy in the region. We have been taking huge strides to address our housing crisis with cities and counties planning and zoning for more housing, much of it around transit, so that we avoid clogging our highways and reduce our impacts on climate change. Today, nearly 500,000 people live in the 200,000 homes located within a half-mile of a BART station. In our long-range plan, Plan Bay Area 2050, the number of homes within 1/2 mile of a BART station is projected to more than double, with nearly 70% of that projected to be affordable housing. And locating affordable housing near transit not only helps boost transit ridership, it also greatly lowers transportation costs for low-income households by making it easier to drive less. And let's not forget that transit improves mobility for everyone in the region, not just those that ride it. Service cuts to transit will make traffic much worse than it is today. And the Bay Area's $1 trillion economy depends on a well-functioning transit system. Next slide. Given how fundamental transit is to our goals, it's not surprising that historically it's been funded from many levels of government. As shown on the left, before COVID, county and local sources contributed nearly half of the funding pie, and fares constituted more than a quarter of the overall funding mix. With the pandemic, fares evaporated, and Congress, the legislature, and MTC stepped up to backfill for that loss with various one-time infusions of funding totaling over $4 billion. Over the last few years, we've seen new operating funding come online from local and regional levels with fare increases, new voter-approved measures, and a bridge toll increase at the Golden Gate Bridge. Next slide. As we think about the future and what our post-pandemic era financial model will look like, it's important to consider that addressing transit's operating funding challenges will likely need to tap into multiple new sources, not just one. A regional measure is needed to address the scale of need faced by the fiscal cliff, but it won't eliminate the need for increased investment at the local level by operators, as well as advocacy for new operating funding support from the state and federal government. And SB 125 task force is shown on here as one important part of that. Next slide. Lastly, we have heard loud and clear through polling Bay Area residents that they value public transportation and they want to see a safer, cleaner, more connected and reliable system. This slide shows illustrative investments in the 4 priority areas of transit transformation, ranging from transit fare coordination, mapping and wayfinding, transit priority, and accessibility and paratransit. Bay Area riders are already seeing many improvements led through the work of our Regional Network Management Council, which is actually chaired by General Manager Powers. And they're seeing improvements through programs such as Clipper Start, which is a means-based discount of 50% on all Bay Area operators, the Clipper Bay Pass, which is unlimited ride pass on all operators, and a soon-to-launch free and discounted transit fare program that makes travel more seamless and affordable. These customer improvements, along with operator initiatives aimed at improving safety and cleanliness, should continue to increase customer satisfaction and hopefully create a virtuous cycle that will continue to create positive buzz and bring more riders back to the system for work and non-work trips alike. And with that, I will conclude my welcome and the quick tutorial of what we're grappling with in the region.
Thank you very much, Alex. And at this point, I'd like to pass it over to Hillary in order to have her go through our public comment. There's an opportunity for public comment before we get started on our agenda. And following that, we will do our official roll call and get into the rest of the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have opportunities for members of the public to make a comment. We have public comment in the room and on Zoom. Is there anybody in the room that would like to make a public comment? You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. I'm Dylan Fabris, the Community and Policy Manager at San Francisco Transit Riders, which is a nonprofit advocating for better public transit here in San Francisco and the Bay Area. It's great that an analysis for funding has started, but it needs to go further and be focused on meaningful goals. How much funding should we be generating to meet key climate and key mobility goals? What amount of funding is necessary for true transit transformation? That's the amount of funding that we should be aiming for here. It's going to take a lot to deliver the transit service that Californians need and deserve. So please consider renewing and expanding existing programs like cap and trade, as well as new programs like road user fees and progressive taxes on wealthy individuals and corporations. And especially as we make the transition to electric vehicles, it's important to keep road user fees on the table as a new option for funding transit. There's a lot of wealth in California, and it's a shame that we don't use more of that wealth to fund a world-class public transit system in our state. So I hope that this board, this body, and staff can work towards the most ambitious version of transit funding that we can here in California, so we can bring that world-class service to California and set an example for the rest of the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next public comment.
Hello, my name is Mia Satya, and I'm a senior in disability action. Thank you all for the work that you're doing. A lot of our seniors and disabled people that we work with, one of the main issues they talk about is the overcrowding on the bus. And when there are budget cuts and austerity measures, one of the most politically viable things to do is, oh, we'll just cut frequency. It's not that big of a deal from 8 minutes to 15. But that has a real impact on people with mobility issues. I myself have some mobility issues, not all the time, but when I do, I really do need a seat on the bus. And just a reminder, not everyone has access to just, oh, I'll get an Uber, I'll get a Lyft. And, we really, need to continue to invest in public transit for those who that is their only option. I'm gonna try to go through really quickly. Access for people who use wheelchairs remains inconsistent across transit agencies. Frequently, elevators are out of function, and it can sometimes take months to repair. There's a huge shortage of elevator repair technicians. It's very expensive, but it is crucial, and we need duplicative elevators so that there are backups. We support more progressive taxation. And we also really, really need to improve the eligibility process for paratransit. Disabled people shouldn't have to reapply every year and say, oh yeah, that permanent disability that I've had since I was 14, still have it. It's really traumatizing and annoying, and also a waste of time and money for the state. And yeah, please continue to advocate for more funding in alignment with California's climate goals. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there any more public comment in the room? Seeing none. Rachel, do we have public comment on Zoom?
Yes, we do. And just a note to those on the Zoom call, to make a public comment, please use the raise your hand feature, and I'll call on you in order of raised hands. The next public comment is Adina. As a reminder, you have 2 minutes, and I'll provide you with a 20-second warning in the chat and let you know when the 2 minutes is up. So I'll allow you to unmute now.
Hello, good morning, task force members. Adina Levin with Seamless Bay Area, and I want to make a comment about something that is not directly on the agenda, but is connected with something on the agenda. Later in the meeting, there's going to be discussion of the opportunities to improve capital projects with service-led planning is one of the important practices to do so. And I wanted to call out the relationship between the service-led planning process that can help identify the capital projects that will be most effective at improving service, and the practices to coordinate service that had been discussed earlier in the task force and are going to come back. By going through a practice, year after year to coordinate service, doing that on a regular basis helps identify those issues with that might relate to design, that might relate to needing double tracking or station improvements or operating funding that could help coordinate the service. So by doing that as a regular practice and approving those measures, that will help feed into the service-led planning that is so critical to improving our capital practices and making transit capital projects more cost effective and deliver the benefits that we need as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next public comment is Michelle, and I'll allow you to unmute now.
Hi, my name is Michelle Rousey. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me? Okay, thank you. I'm a disability advocate and work within seniors and people with disabilities and transit, and just want to make sure that we recognize the need of seniors and people with disabilities when we're doing this type of work with transit, and to remind that coordination between services and what we do anytime there's a cut in services or like our fixed route or other services, there's an impact with our seniors and people with disabilities that impacts them in a greater way because of their paratransit services or their needs that way. And we need to look at language that we're always including that population for inequity issues, and that even though that population is low income and has housing needs and other things, that they're not overlooked as a population, because on paper we don't always add that population to our demographics in our wording. And so I just want to make sure, and I want to reiterate what Adina just said. I think coordination between services and what funding is needed all along our services. And if we can make sure that coordination happens for funding and other resources so that we can continue to provide needed transportation services to the populations that need it here in California, it's important. And I thank you for your time today.
Thank you very much. Our next public comment is Sandra, and I'll allow you to unmute now.
Yes, thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. I'm a member of the Paratransit Advisory Council in San Mateo County. I'm also a transportation advocate and serve on the Transit Authority in the CAC, but I'm here to speak about the needs, and particularly for a rising population of seniors and disability persons. Really, we need an improved and updated assessment of costs, a method to provide mobility and for disability persons and seniors. Really, my point is, excuse me, thank you. My point is that we really need to define and improve the coordination of the full range of accessible services. Adina touched on that earlier, but I'm speaking more to a point that we really need an informed and updated cost analysis. I haven't looked at every cost analysis about this, but I would always want to question whether the right criteria is used. We want one that prioritizes the cost for the need, because the need is emerging and it's a timely part of it. There's ways to measure that. And also, finally, I really want to urge that there is a really updated, modern look at the difficulties that people have in accessing information. The world is full of information and it's out there, but disabled persons and seniors, all of them do not have the training or the access to a computer. And we need to really look at a new model of how we're really going to help and inform disabled people, because usually we all know that when we need something, it's probably a little more urgent than later. So
You've
I want to
reached the-
thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We've reached the allotted 2 minutes. We'll move on to our next public comment, and I'll go ahead and unmute Christine now.
All right, there we go. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. Okay. So I'd like to back up what people have been saying throughout this comment section. I couldn't agree more with each one of these commenters. I know all of them and they're very good advocates. I'd like to kind of wrap things up into a bow, if you will, and say, along with looking at the funding and the looking at the resources, etc., I think we also need to look at how distinct, not necessarily granular. I'm not trying to get down to each sand pebble, but at least getting down to a level of understanding of what is needed so it can't be as seamless as possible. To not really see that is to do a disservice to everybody, really, because if one link in the chain is kind of wonky, it slows things down considerably. And this is where having people with lived experience on these different bodies and not just relying on one body really comes into play. And as much as possible, I would also like to recommend that as much as possible, when you're hiring for such things in an employment capacity, make it a true employment with a wage. Also, as a side note to the clerk, verbalize that there's 20 seconds out so that those of us using screen readers can pick that up, because we usually have our voiceover or whatever off in order to concentrate on what's being said. Thanks so much.
Thank you. We will verbalize going forward, and that concludes our public comment on Zoom.
Thank you very much to all the public commenters. This concludes our public comment portion for this section. I hand it back to Chad.
Thank you, Hillary. So at this point, we are going to go ahead and take the roll call for those that are in attendance today, and we'll note people who join us later as well. And then we will move on to the approval of the meeting minutes. So first, let's go ahead, Hillary, and walk us through the roll call, and then the approval of the March 11th meeting minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. I will first call the roll. Ajise,
Here.
Barnes,
Present.
Bockelman,
Here.
Cooney, Edison,
Present.
Griffiths,
Here.
Hance,
Here.
Lindsay,
Present.
Lipman,
Here.
Matute,
Here.
Miller,
Here.
Mo Luna,
Here.
Murphy, Paget Seekins,
Here.
Pimentel, Powers,
Here.
Sidoric, Sforza, Tavares, Tolkoff,
Here.
Turner,
Here.
Watkins,
Here.
Watts, White, Wunderman. Okay, this concludes the roll call. And now we will not move on to approval of the TTTF 9 meeting minutes. Can I get a motion and second?
I move the approval of the minutes.
Second, Powers.
Okay. Ajise,
Yes.
Barnes,
Aye.
Bockelman,
Yes.
Edison,
Yes.
Moved it. Griffiths,
Yes.
Hance,
Yes.
Lindsay,
Yes.
Lipman,
Yes.
Matute,
Yes.
I'm sorry, I walked out of the room, but I had a question about one of the minutes, comments. Is it too late to ask about this? It's item 6 on page 4, defining outcomes and priorities. It says there was a broad agreement that transformational outcomes should be prioritized over funding and services. I wasn't quite sure what that meant, and it didn't sound like something that I remember being discussed.
We can take that and go into detail on 6. Oh, sorry, this is on the notes. My apologies.
I mean, maybe if any of the other members of the task force remember saying that, and I just don't understand it or don't remember that was being said. Because in my mind, funding is paramount to everything that most members are interested in.
Yeah, I think, and this could be expressed better, and we can, this is obviously just for the notes, but it was desired to capture, I think, the sentiment that many have expressed here, which is the linking between those transformational outcomes and results and the need for more funding, and those two being intimately tied together. That it would be hard to fully capture what we're aiming for if you just focus on one piece of focusing on the transformation as sort of the lead and the funding is the enabler of it, I think is the goal. If if there's a motion and a second to strike that from the meeting minutes, I think we can take that.
I guess I just object to the word prioritized.
Yeah. Do you want to just motion for a strike and then we can have that striked and taken out of
Yes.
the?
Yes.
Okay. We have a second on the motion to strike the word prioritize in that sentence from the meeting minutes.
It's on item 6, page
4.
Thanks.
Fourth bullet down.
I'll second it. I just wonder about the procedure though. We're already in
Oh, okay, yeah.
vote. So I understand what she's asking for. I
Yeah.
agree with her. I wonder if it's striking or we just need to reward it to not suggest that those things are prioritized over funding when in fact funding enables those things. I think that's the point.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's call it, what should we procedurally? I guess,
I believe since we're in the middle of this
Yeah.
approval, we do need to carry on with that. There could be
substitute here?
another motion
Yeah.
to revise, or the remaining people could vote no, causing the motion to fail, and to the approval to fail, and then we could change that.
Well,
My recommend-
actually, if we're going to go back, I have a number of issues with the content of the minutes, and I'm sorry that I was not in the room when you guys first started voting on it. And so I don't know what the procedure is for that. There's a couple of things in here that I think did not characterize, or at least what I remember, that we discussed.
Yeah, you can withdraw the motions to it. Yeah.
I will withdraw. Can I withdraw the motion on the vote here? And then have discussion and then proceed with to see if there's changes that need to be made. And then we will go back into the vote. So I'm going to withdraw this motion. And let's go ahead and have discussion. Kate?
Do you want me to go ahead and, okay, so that's the first one, that we need to recharacterize that so that it doesn't sound like we are prioritizing other things over funding. So that's one item, and I don't know how you want to phrase it. I'll leave that to you. The second item is on page 7, transit data and passenger information. It said that there was support for creating a statewide registry of bus stops with unique IDs. my recollection for that is that, maybe we should make it major transfer stops because it is a very difficult thing. And we talked about this for any system to actually have an inventory or a registry of bus stops because things move really rapidly. It's very difficult. It doesn't seem like a really good use of state funding to do that. So I would ask, and I don't also remember that there was support for that. So maybe, again, I'm happy to listen to what the other task force members said. But again, I think, we could maybe do major transfer stops or something like that.
Kate, I mean, I think the way this is written up, and we can go back and look at this, but this is Chad Edison. I think the way it's written up suggests that there was some support for that, but also that the complexity of it was expressed, concern about it was expressed by other members. So we can go back and look at that
All right.
specifically, but I think.
I don't remember any support for it, frankly, but that was
Okay.
me.
Yeah,
So,
yes.
and then, on page 13, when we were talking about TDA, I know I brought up, and I brought it up before, is the notion of benchmarking similar systems as a way to assess performance. And that wasn't included. And then something very minor. Well, also the unmet needs process, I think we were pretty adamant about. I mean, I know it wasn't unanimous, but most of us, I would say, wanted to get rid of the unmet needs process. And prioritize that funding for transit. And then on page 15, it says super minor. There's a typo. It says desing instead of design under item 10. And that's it. Thank you.
Yeah, I would, the chair here would entertain a motion to come back with revisions based on the feedback received. And if there's further feedback, we would welcome that. But we can bring the official minutes for the last meeting back at the next meeting. And so I would welcome further feedback if there is any. And I would entertain a motion to do that.
Griffiths, just for the record, I thought I expressed support for the idea of a statewide registry for unique IDs. So there's at least one member of this task force that supports that recommendation. And which is not to say that, I think the way it's worded, it reflects that there was some support and some concerns raised. And that seems accurate to me. And then, yeah, I would just say propose some specific wording to address what Kate said. There was broad agreement on the first item she brought up. There was a broad agreement that transformational outcomes should be linked to funding and services. That would, I think, address the issue or reflect the discussion that we've all had and what Hunter was saying.
I would Eli Libman move LA, and I would support that change in the language. I think it reflects that they're linked in that way. But I would also just say I thought we did have a pretty robust conversation about the bus stops and bus shelters in particular. Move LA for one sponsored legislation over 2 legislative cycles to do something similar to this, which was to create actually a registry of bus shelters because we see it as an important statewide need as we have increasing heat, and for riders in particular who are dealing with extreme weather, from crazy rainstorms and hurricanes to extreme heat to other things. It was important. We as riders feel that it's important to have that amenity information and continue to build out infrastructure as a statewide need to support riders. So we're definitely strong in support of that idea. So, but I do know that there was some strong differences over that one between transit agencies and transit riders. So maybe what I would suggest with that since it was approved, maybe we have like a sidebar conversation where a couple of us can kind of get together and see what we can do on something like that. Because I do understand the burden that transit agencies would have with that.
I'll go on to Michael Turner here in a moment, but I would like to remind folks, these are the minutes that are trying to reflect the discussion that we had.
Sure.
And it can have a variety of opinions that were expressed, recorded in it. We have a further document in the staff, in one of the staff reports that follows, that tries to show what kind of recommendations we think the policy discussion in the last meeting led to. And so there'll be time to talk about those specifically as we start to talk through that staff report later in the meeting. Michael, I'd go ahead and call on you.
Yeah, just real quick. I think as we do that, we need to go back and look at what Ian mentioned, linkage. I think we need to just go back and look at that discussion again, because linkage could mean outcomes are a condition of receiving money, or it could also mean that outcomes can't happen unless funding is allocated. So I think we just need to go back and look at the flavor of that.
Based on the feedback received, I don't believe we need a vote to withdraw the motion and go on. But I'm going to ask staff to go ahead and take the feedback just received, make a further edits to the minutes, and bring that back at our next meeting for approval of both March's minutes as well as April's minutes. So thank you. Moving on to the next item, I'm going to go ahead and give an overview of today's agenda. As I referred to just a moment ago, there are 3 different staff reports we're going to be looking at as the main focus of our meeting. These get into different types of issues. In the first staff report, we have recommendations that are largely drawn from our last meeting. And this is the staff's attempt to put forward the concepts that we think we heard support for from either some or many of the members, and to consider those today. After that, we will talk through an updated report on funding needs and revenue generation. That is responding to many of the comments received in the previous meeting as well, to make that report address additional issues and provide additional detail. And then finally, we're going to get into a report on the draft report update. And this is where we first see kind of that second level of the recommendations coming back with more detail on who would help implement it, whether there's statutory support needed, and kind of the current status of it. And so we'll go through that in more detail later. But this is starting to get to the type of material that is, core to writing the report that we will end with at the end. And so I'd like to make sure we kind of understand that difference. We've gotten through all of the topic areas that are part of the statutory responsibility in previous meetings. Now we're getting through our last set of recommendations that are kind of tied to that first level of conversation. And then we're starting to bring back to you the second level with more detail, which is key to what our final report is going to look like. We do look at this progressive delivery of in kind of 3 tranches of the report over the next 3 meetings. And so that's really where I believe we are trying to go here as a task force, as our recommendation of the approach to organizing the in-person meetings. And then your ongoing feedback in between meetings is highly valuable, because that helps us make sure that what we're bringing to you is informed by your opinions. So that's a quick overview of the agenda. We'll take a break for lunch of at least a half an hour shortly after noon. With that, let's go ahead and move on to the first staff report. Hunter, would you like to go ahead and talk through the recommendations for accessible transportation, transportation, the needs of older adults, TDA reform, and capital construction costs and timelines?
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Hunter Owens with CalSTA and SB 125 staff. Thank you all for being here. We've got a pretty detailed staff report as we are starting to move forward on those 3 topics that Chad mentioned. To start on accessible transportation, we have We have five strategies, excuse me, that touch on some of the discussion that has been had on accessible transportation, transportation needs of seniors, and transportation needs of older adults, excuse me, of folks with disabilities. I think our first key strategy, this is strategy MM in your staff report on page 2 or 3 of that staff report, is really increasing coordination. This is where we touched on a lot of the items related to healthcare that were discussed by the task force, and the need to bring in that healthcare nexus and that funding stream for accessible transportation. On NN, and I apologize, we're starting to run out of letters here, but for NN, we've got more of the customer-facing folks, making sure that accessible transportation is actually accessible and easy to use. OO is a single item, but this is really on transit stop accessibility for fixed route. Some of the items we've heard public commenters come on today on just really making sure we have that inventory. PP and QQ represent sort of more back-end items. So one is like looking at some of the planning process, figuring out how to, make that smoother and hopefully that will result in better outcomes. And then QQ really touches on some of the funding needs and some of that cost sharing materials that we heard about earlier, and growing some of the flexibility in the 5310 program necessary to meet those transportation needs. Moving on to our second set of recommendation, that's capital construction costs and timelines, item B. So we've got some basic findings. This is kind of in line with what you heard earlier. How the high cost of transportation capital investment here in California and across the United States. We've broadly separated that into 4 areas: design, scoping, and planning, land acquisition and permitting, project delivery and execution, and then sort of a cross-cutting item, your state capacity, organizational capacity, expertise, and coordination. Have a little just background on some of the case studies, including some of the stuff that was presented. For strategies, we have three strategies. The first is improving the design, planning, and coordination process. This is where we hear, looking at stage gating in line with best practices, looking at design, looking at RR8, that's the service-led planning one. But a number of different legislative changes potentially worth considering here, specifically, especially around like alternative permitting pathways. Moving on to SS, this is where land acquisition and permitting timelines and requirements, and there have been a number of reports on this subject, but we kind of tried to synthesize some of those recommendations and some of the stuff we heard from SMEs and also from you all at the task force. And then finally, TT, this is where we're really talking about making sure that there's sufficient capacity. One thing that we heard very clearly from our SMEs and technical working group and from you all is just the need to have good structure and state capacity to execute on transportation projects. Moving on to the big one, TDA reform. So that's going to be your final page of the report. Some background on the TDA is presented there for your review. I would say, again, we've kind of landed on a 3-legged stool for sort of recommending some recommendations on TDA reform. The first strategy, UU, is really both simplifying the reporting requirements for the agencies while also increasing the transparency of the public. I would say this is broadly in the spirit of transparency. So you'll see UU1, reusing the reporting materials that are already part of the NTD. UU3, looking at making sure that Caltrans and the SCO, and this is one where we were specific, publish accessible information about how TDA funding is being used so that that story can be told and it's available to the public. VV strategy, our next strategy on your final page here, is really about improving the predictability of long-term funding, making sure that processes are consistent. I want to highlight VV1 and VV3. So VV1, really talks about the fare box recovery penalty being a challenge that agencies have heard over again, and really saying that agencies establish plans to use their future TDA funding to meet potential deficiencies in any audit processes for projects that are not, for if teams are not meeting goals, but really focusing on an agency-specific benchmark to their peer agencies process rather than a one-size-fits-all process. VV3 touches on the unmet transit needs process. And then I'll highlight VV4 is a phased implementation of updated population numbers from the 1970s baseline numbers that are currently in the TDA, but really making sure that no agency or region faces immediately declines in funding based on moving those numbers in line with more recent sentence numbers. Finally, the final strategy and final strategy is aligning the incentives. One thing that you all are very well aware of, and we heard loud and clear during our TDA discussion, is how TDA often harms us in lining with our goals. So looking at asking for a working group among, infrastructure owners and transit agencies to really figure out what the accountability mechanisms are when it's not actually the transit agency that is causing potential issues, but how do we bring in infrastructure owners to this discussion? Make sure that we are aligning our criteria across formulaic and discretionary programs. That's WW2 and WW3. And then this is sort of the biggest one, clear WW4, clear peer-based performance metrics for agencies to follow, and make sure that these account for sectoral issues. These are things like recessions, loss of sales tax revenues, if a number of local option sales taxes, inside any performance measures and future and the sort of accountability process that we would recommend in the VV1. So this is sort of a three-legged stool designed to address a number of the challenges you brought up with TDA. I expect robust discussion on all three of these items, so we might be here a while, but hopefully this is a clear overview, and thank you for the consideration. I think I'll pass back to Chad for public comment.
Hillary, can we take a public comment, please?
Welcome. We have another session for public comment. Public comment consists of two sessions, one here in the room and then one virtually. Is there anyone in the room who would like to make a public comment? And you have 2 minutes. Feel free to introduce yourself if you would like.
Thank you. Hello again, Dylan Fabris with San Francisco Transit Riders. We support the recommendations in the report and urge you to further expand and improve them. We should be designing our systems with seniors and people with disabilities top of mind, as opposed to an afterthought. So we've heard from some transit riders and disability advocates about what that means and how these recommendations could be improved. And that includes a few things like defining and improving coordination with other transportation services, including not just public transit, but also nonprofit and medical services and private transportation services. Making sure that there is a requirement for folks to get in touch with a real person rather than a self-service tool or just like a brochure or web page, making sure there's a way that people can actually go and talk to people to get their problems solved when it comes to accessible transportation. Making sure that bus stops and transit stops include accessibility features for people with a range of disabilities, including audio features, audio accessibility features where people can press a button and hear what is being served at that stop. And also requiring requiring agencies that receive funding to have an advisory committee consisting of people who actually have disabilities and live with conditions and can talk about how they're affected by the systems. I think finally, we also need more clarity on the actual cost of these recommendations so that they can be implemented effectively and fully funded. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody else in the room who would like to make a public comment? Seeing none, we will go to public comment on Zoom. Rachel, is there anyone on Zoom who would like to make a public comment?
Yes, we do have hands raised. The next public comment is Michelle. As a reminder, you have 2 minutes. I'll provide you with a 20-second warning verbally and let you know when the 2 minutes is up. And feel free to introduce yourself if you'd like. I will allow you to unmute now.
I am not Michelle, I am Christine. Thank you for that indication of timing. So a couple of things. When we are creating these advisory bodies, let us also please make sure that their work is being honored. We do so much for these agencies to give them our feedback. And unless it's listened to, we feel shunned, which should never be the goal of this. Also looking in at links and how things work and don't work. Periodically check in with different groups along the way for how they're feeling things are going, what could be improved. Besides the advisory body, I'm saying get surveys and such from the average writer, because where the advisory bodies do so much, believe me, I have served on many. We're only a body. When you're talking to any one of us, you're only talking to one person with cerebral palsy or one person with visual disabilities or whatever. Getting the feedback from the community is going to be even more important as things go forward. We can't do anything about the past. We can do something about the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next public comment is Adina. I'll allow you to unmute now.
Good morning, task force members. A couple of comments on the items in this section on the topic of capital project reform. Really want to support the recommendations about building up state capacity to be able to plan and manage significant projects. The lack of enough state capacity to plan and manage the projects contributes to delays, and building up state and or regional centers of excellence is a good way to build up that state capacity. On the topic of accessible transportation, wanted to reinforce some of the points made about funding. The SB 1121 task force, which just concluded, realized that they were not able to assess the cost to deliver accessible transportation, and the lack of that information is a significant barrier to delivering the service and making any improvements. So strongly encourage finishing up a cost assessment to assess the cost of maintaining and improving accessible transportation, including all the different types of accessible transportation, the paratransit and dial-a-ride services, medical services, all the different spectrum of services that are needed
20
to
seconds
deliver.
remaining.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next public comment is Cody. I will allow you to unmute now.
Hello, my name is Cody Vaughn, and I'm here to encourage strong recommendations to plan and deliver capital projects with more costs that are more cost effective, linking to good practices for state funding. The staff report has very many good recommendations, and some details include service-led planning, business cases, stage gate process, per rider criteria, and just focusing really on service-led planning, and including explicit links to operational practices for service coordination. These help identify barriers to address with capital projects. doing more program level planning and design before starting, not starting construction before the design is complete, linking good practices to state funding, and clarifying and streamlining stakeholder outreach sections, including what decisions can be changed at any given time, as well as master permitting and streamlining permitting for these type of large capital projects. Which is especially important in a state like California and the political environment that we're in. There's a lot of scrutiny on state-led projects, and I think that as a state that is a leader in the country, we need to do a lot better and make sure that we're following best practices. Not that staff hasn't tried to in the past, but there's always more that we can do. And
20
by doing
seconds remaining.
recommendations, and also as previous commenters said, including accessibility in mind for people, seniors and people with disabilities as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next public comment is Lee, and I'll allow you to unmute now.
Hi, I'm sorry. So my name is Lee Miller. I live in Sacramento, California. Sacramento is the capital of the world's fourth largest economy, yet traveling between Sacramento and San Francisco is still a major headache. You can either take Capitol Quarter to Jack London Square and get bused over to the city, or you can drive to Walnut Creek and hop on BART. And driving from Sacramento to San Francisco can take, on some days you can get there quite easily, but it often takes 3 to 4 hours, and that's on a good day. That's why I strongly support accelerating the electrification of the Capitol Corridor as outlined in the state rail plan. This is a major corridor connecting two California's most important regions. Making it faster, cleaner, and more direct is long overdue. Electrifying the line and completing the 1,500 mile of electrification statewide isn't just about climate goals. It's about making life better and travel easier for thousands of people every day. So let's make it happen and make it faster and make it smarter. Thank you so much for your time and letting me speak.
Thank you very much. Our next public comment is Michelle, and I'll allow you to unmute now.
Hi, my name is Michelle Rousey. I'm a disability and senior advocate for the state of California. I just want to reiterate a lot of what the last speakers have said, and just want to make sure that, in coordination of funding and services that you provide, that the needs assessment for accessibility for transit needs to be completed and not waited for another 5 years for that to be completed with numbers and an assessment that really shows what the needs are of Californians who have those accessibility needs. And I want to also state that, in doing some review of different projects over the last year, I found that there's a lot of things that you guys are doing right. You are reaching out to the communities that are affected and things like this, but there still needs to be more emphasis on our seniors and people with disabilities and the language we use and how you reach out to them and expressively use their knowledge of what services they need and use to better off services for all. When it comes to curb cuts and other needs, when we make it accessible for our seniors and people with disabilities, we're also making it accessible for our general public. And the advisory boards are wonderful, but if you use them in a way that is productive and useful, then your goals are met along with the goals of those advisory committees in getting the needs assessed of the people.
20 seconds remaining.
I want to thank you for your service and thank you for your time today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There are no more raised hands, so that concludes our public comment on Zoom.
Thank you very much, Rachel. That concludes our public comment on this section, and I will turn it back over to the chair.
Thank you. At this point, we're going to go on to a discussion of the recommendations that are in the staff report. I'd like to do those in kind of the three major sections that they're organized in the report under. We will try to see both the feedback that we have, and then we will look to approve or amend or deny the various recommendations in packages that make sense given the discussion. So we will look at that as we get closer to taking vote on these. I'd like to start out with the section on accessible transportation. And would like to see if there are comments on the various strategies and recommendations that are in the staff report. Let's take that feedback and then see where we are in terms of approving, amending, and denying any of the recommendations that are here. Start with Laurel Paget-Seekins.
Thanks, Laurel Paget-Seekins, Public Advocates. Just sort of big, overarching. I am maybe confused a little bit about sometimes like the who is going to be doing it. Like so, and like what is the difference between the verb encourage and empower? Like, does empower meaning to indicate that legislation is required, and encourage is just sort of, this is a friendly suggestion to transit agencies. So I think a little bit more clarity of that who is going to be doing it, and are there resources, if we're like encouraging transit agencies to do things, like are there resources connected to that encouraging? I think so that's sort of like big picture comment. Did you can respond if you want. Oh, I would say that it does strike me, and this is in the QQ1, that it does feel like a more in-depth, broader assessment is needed that is beyond just paratransit for accessible transportation in California. And I'm glad to see this, that has a timeline, right? There's like, this is sort of falling through the cracks between this task force, the 1121 task force. And so having a specific needs assessment makes a lot of sense. And I think it should be, the sort of amendment I would make to this is that we encourage that it include like, robust outreach with people with lived experience with disabilities in that, to be able to really understand the needs.
Thank you. Let's go on to Komea Jise, and then we'll go to Eli Lippman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Komea Jise with SCAG. I can concur with the comment by Laurel. I think the I don't want to call it misgiven, but a concern I have going into this is making a decision on each one of these without necessarily understanding how it gets executed. It's a little bit of it's a little bit troubling, I think, to me, that we can say empower, but we don't know how that's going to happen. I just want to reiterate that. But more than anything, I feel like maybe there's an overarching comment that was missing. I know we talked about it last time. While it's very important to focus on, to have some specific focus on accessibility, which is what this section does, I think we need to also link it to making more of our existing transit routes, the fixed routes, more accessible. And I think we lose something if we don't include that in the conversation. And it would seem like we're looking to create a whole different system, and we're investing in a whole different system to achieve accessibility, when in fact, part of that is really to enhance what we already have on the fixed route system. And I'm going to say this over and over again. I think it also helps hopefully as we come back to the report, to begin to focus on the why. What are the objectives or the vision that's driving why we need to do these things? Because then it speaks to the importance of it and how we might in fact execute and get some action taken on the things that we're recommending on. So I feel a little bit out of sorts to try and vote on each one of these without really fully understanding how it will. So maybe we want to talk a little bit about each one and flesh out some potential of how this might, what the steps might be following each one of them. I don't know if that makes sense.
Yeah, thank you, Kobe. I mean, I think the intention here, and you will see this in staff report 6, is after this kind of vote on these types of recommendations at this level and hearing the feedback that you all provide about how these would be implemented and some of the details that you think are important. When we come back the next time with these recommendations that have been in principle kind of laid out and accepted without all that detail in them yet, we will bring it back to you with detail, and that's part of how we get to a finished report. So I think that you'll see this in staff report item 6 when we get to that later in the afternoon, and that's kind of a preview of how we see handling all of the issues that we've been talking about on the task force as we kind of advance towards a finished report. Do you have further comment, Hunter?
Yeah, I just want to stress this is hopefully like the concept level, and I think onto the encourage versus empower, we're trying to hit a line of like getting your feedback with the and trying to synthesize from there of whether this needs to be, this is really important, this is a must, this should be a requirement. I haven't heard the task force say a lot of this should be a requirement. But you know, we're trying to reflect language that then can come back in the second read with a detailed understanding. So if it's not reflective of what the collective body wants to receive, we're obviously very welcome to amendments and feedbacks. But again, I think our goal is to get alignment on a concept and then to flesh out that concept and come back with a full recommendation.
Again, I should predicate my statement by saying there is a fundamental right to mobility, right? So that's what's driving this. This goes back to having that vision. So as we think about how we do this, what's the most cost-effective way to accomplish that fundamental right to mobility and provide accessibility to folks that can't access existing systems. So that, I think for me, that drives it. And we can hopefully wordsmith and talk through how the concept is laid out that will then be fleshed out later on. I don't have a problem with that.
And one last comment before we move on to the next commenter. To the extent that we need to make that stronger tie to fixed route in this section, I would welcome any either recommendations to modify one of the recommendations here, or to add one, or to receive feedback that as we flesh out what these mean, you know, for the second round of review, that we do that. So I'd be open to suggestions there as to how we kind of address that, because I think there is an intent to make clear that we see accessibility to all services, including our existing fixed route, as a way to provide the kind of choices that people need. Let's go on to Eli Littman and then Ian Griffiths.
Thank you, Eli Littman, Move LA. On MM1, it's not clear, is this to encourage transit agencies to work with each other or to work with the state to coordinate training, usage of vehicles, maintenance, and insurance costs? I think it makes sense for the state to actually be like an insurer of this statewide, or as an insurer of last resort, as the state is with other necessities, so that you can have a bigger pool and you don't all have to be self-insuring each individual transit agencies, just to clarify on that.
I think we could add in terms of vehicles and maintenance, that one would be more among agencies, given that the state does not, to my knowledge, have a paratransit vehicle fleet, but certainly we could add including the state on the insurance as some additional language.
I think what you're speaking to is like efficiencies, but who's going to do that, right? Like, I don't think my friend over here is going to volunteer to be like, yeah, I'm going to coordinate across the state everybody's training you know, because it makes sense for all of us. Yeah, sure, it makes sense, but yeah, labor agreements might be different. So I think this needs to be, I don't know if it's encourage or maybe coordinate, you know, coordinate transit agencies statewide to provide training, usage of vehicles with maintenance, insurance, cost support, something like that. That would be my recommendation. And then, you know, I'm really interested in digging more into these recommendations with NN and M regarding Medi-Cal. One of my board members is LA Healthcare Plan. They have 2 million members in LA County. They're the largest can I continue? Oh, okay.
sorry.
Yeah, Medicare provider. And my board member was explaining to me that they basically like provide them with a private company transit trip to and from doctor's offices. I'm like, why are you contracting with private companies? This is state public dollars. We should be providing it as a revenue stream for our transit agencies, right? Who, in the case of LA, provides Metro Micro, which is a pretty darn good service, and Access Paratransit. And so, you know, these are the type of things where, you know, we are contracting things out on an individual basis to private corporations because it's easier and less burdensome and less, you know, maybe costly, but really it's the burdensome work of working out an MOU between two large entities and then getting your lawyers involved. But really, this should be a really, I mean, that reimbursement program should be a ongoing revenue stream to subsidize public transit, microtransit, and access paratransit using public dollars to support our public agencies. It seems like a no-brainer, and so I like these recommendations. I would say I'd like to see them come back in June at the meeting in LA, and I'd be happy to make the introduction with LA Healthcare plan to be there and make some comments, because I think sparking a conversation with big providers like that is really important.
Thank you. Let's go on to Ian and then Juan Matute and then Kate Miller.
Ian Griffiths. So first I want to generally support the set of recommendations, and specifically thank you for, I think, amending what is now QQ1. I think previously wording was that there might need to be a legislative action. There was just, in terms of conducting an inventory of the funding needs, I think that should be a direct outcome of this task force and not pushed out for some, you know, future piece of legislation to require, but that should just proceed. I think there's been consensus, and certainly many of the public commenters called for this, and we can just hopefully make that an administrative action that results from this task force to better identify those long-term funding needs for accessible transportation. I really strongly agree with Member Gisei's comment around referencing and having this set of recommendations reinforce the importance of an accessible overall public transit system, including fixed route services. I think there's really like 001 is one of the main ones that actually addresses that. But I had a maybe specific couple of suggestions. So just to step back, actually, I think a broad principle is that an accessible transportation system is one, you know, that is as simple as possible for the end user, and that the more we can create consistent user interface for our fixed route system, the simpler that is for all types of users, including people with disabilities. But it's so important that this question of regional integration and simplifying information and making it user-centric is intrinsically linked to the degree of accessibility. So I think I would say 001. I think there's a particular also importance of trying to streamline our accessibility standards when it comes to wayfinding. So there's no need for there to be 001 says let's do inventories around transit stop accessibility. But I would propose modifying that to say to add. I'll read the original and then I'll add my proposed addition. Conduct inventories of transit stop accessibility, for example, of ramps, wayfinding signage, audio announcements, and in line with the master plan for aging initiatives, and explore the development of statewide standards or guidelines for improved transit facility accessibility. So let's not just do an inventory, but if there's a common standard that makes sense, as we say, wow, half the stops, have this audio standard, others don't, and it really doesn't make sense for one agency and one municipality to have one way of getting accessible transit information and another that has picked a totally different standard. That may not be applicable for everything. That's why I'm using the word explore as the verb, but I would like to that could either be a separate recommendation or it could be added on to 001. I might suggest modifying 00, just the basic principle in the strategy column to be a bit broader than improve accessibility of transit stops for all riders. I would almost want to say improve accessibility and create a more consistent standard for transit stops for all riders, or create a more create greater consistency in the accessibility of transit stops for riders across the state. And then the last idea I have for a potential, probably a PP6 within the next section, would be to link, which the overarching strategy is reform planning process for paratransit. I think the idea of linking the planning of paratransit with the planning of the fixed route transit at a statewide scale. I think we're talking in other sections of this, we're talking about doing greater statewide network planning and service-led planning across regions and across the state. And I think paratransit should be not just, we should make sure that paratransit is kind of building off of that. So, I would propose something like encourage the linking of the planning of paratransit service with fixed route service, including the service-led planning done at a regional or statewide scale.
Thank you, Ian. We're going to go on to Juan Matute, and then I'm going to make a also to we'll go on to Juan Matute next, and then we are going to I'm going to recommend, after we get done with this conversation, that we look at how to advance the various items here. One concept would be to take the ones that are all kind of in common, where there's not further edits and changes, and move those as a package. But before doing that, to take the ones that we want to put further edits into and identify them, so that we can have discussion around those. So I'm trying to. We have a lot of recommendations here in this section between MM and QQ. And I want to make sure that we don't drop the ones that need further refinement, but I also want to move the ones that are kind of in common forward quickly if we can. So Juan Matute, and then we'll go on to others that have raised their hands.
Yes, one is maybe a typo, maybe not, but for MM4, in the second line, there's managed care reimbursements to a per capita payment model, and there are capital payments, but I think we mean per capita here. And I just feel a need to put some teeth behind MM1, not teeth, but like support. And so when I look at MM1, I'm reminded of the pretty successful CalAct joint procurement with the Morongo Basin Transit Authority, which provides another option for agencies to buy certain types of vehicles, maintenance services, et cetera, versus the DRMT's statewide master contracts for paratransit vehicles. And I think choice is good. For this in particular, I would like to see, instead of encourage transit agencies to coordinate training usage of vehicles, Maybe would say support transit agencies to coordinate training, procurement and usage of vehicles with maintenance and insurance costs through. And so I'm going to identify a state program that may be able to provide seed support for these types of cooperatives. The Sustainable Transportation Planning Grant Programs Strategic Partnerships Grant what I mean, it's something that is in existence now. And I think that would be a implementation mechanism that would then support groups throughout California of transit agencies, others that have an idea of how to implement this, that would then provide them with some seed funding towards coordinating, working out that idea.
Thank you, Juan. We'll go on to Kate. Do you want to make a comment?
Yeah,
We
just
can
real
have you next.
quickly.
Go ahead.
I think we discussed this at the last meeting too, and that is that, sharing vehicles is very problematic in a lot of different ways. And I think we could maybe just say, encourage coordination, and be more general and less specific in that area. Everybody has a different insurance underwriter. We have, common federally required mandates associated with driver requirements, but they vary from system to system. The equipment varies from system to system, so there's, maybe not the same familiarity. So that I just think if there's a way to, say coordinate, operations and intel or something along those lines would be better, so that there's not also just limited to those things, but also is not specific to things like vehicles and maintenance. And also, there are funding restrictions that prohibit employees that you don't have from coming into your facility too. So the maintenance thing might be a little bit of an issue. I mean, I just think it's a very complicated thing to break down. And if we want to be on that road, then we should define it that way.
Thank you. I have Carrie Watkins, Laura Tolkoff, and Alex Bockelman in the queue.
Carrie Watkins. So on there's also a couple of places where I feel, in addition to MM1 that Juan pointed out, where just the way it's worded, it's a little difficult. There's a few other places where just the wording, it's really unclear what it is that we're looking for. So I don't know if you want those kinds of suggestions now, or if what you're saying is that we're going to kind of pull out a few of these that we're then going to wordsmith. Do you want me to go through the things I've noticed now, or?
I think to be efficient here, I would like to get to where we can identify the ones that we think, as they're written, we don't have further changes to.
Even if it's just wordsmithing,
Yeah,
where
even if it's just
a-
wordsmithing,
okay.
and then let's come back to the ones where people are going to propose changes, because I want to put those up on the screen and
Okay.
and have that be what we actually take a vote on.
Okay.
So I guess welcome the broad discussion, but in terms of like the specific, maybe just flag the items that
Okay.
that are the ones you want to take comment.
Then I can just flag that MM2, I think there needs to be some wordsmithing on. I agree that MM1 needs it. MM4 needs it. And then NN1. And most of these are just a few words here and there. And then my bigger overarching comment is that I agree with the point that was made about adding like a PP6, talking about linking planning to fixed route services and sort of thinking about this comprehensively. And I also really want to see somewhere in here something about microtransit. We have the most microtransit in California of any other state in the nation. And I think there's some debate about how well those services are working, that when you compare them to fixed route it's not always such a great picture, but in some ways they're actually less expensive than many of the paratransit services we're offering. So I really want to see something in like either PP or QQ, and it could easily be this new PP6 that talks about looking at how we jointly plan for sort of a spectrum of services where people who are pretty, abled could actually use more of a microtransit service, and that might actually save money in the long run. I think there's a lot of work to be done in looking at how we do those things.
Okay, so Laura Tolkoff and then Alec Bockelman.
Thank you. I'd like to make sort of a global comment and suggestion for the recommendations that we're considering now and the next set of recommendations, which is that our task here under SB 125 was to look at recommendations that are intended to do two things. One, grow ridership. Two, improve customer experience. One of the things that I observed when reading this packet is that a lot of the recommendations are related to financial sustainability, which is fine. That is the topic du jour for many of us. And I think that in order to figure out which we are really wanting to advance, I just worry about focus and the sustained effort that's required for implementation and the amount of resources that's required for implementation. So my recommendation would be like, let's take a scan, maybe not in this room now, but I think it would be a good homework item is to take a scan, figure out which of these are improving, customer experience, which of them are growing ridership, which of them are really pointed at financial sustainability, flag those and classify those and figure out from those which are going to be the most impactful at achieving those three goals. So that would be just a homework maybe recommendation versus something that we do together here. But I think it will be helpful in figuring out how to advance batches of recommendations.
Thank you for that suggestion. And Alex, if you'd like to go, and then I don't see anybody else.
Yes, actually, I was going to say something very similar to what Laura just said. So, first of all, I agree, accessibility is super important, mobility for all, very important. And the broad strategies that are listed here are very consistent with our adopted coordinated plan. But I am challenged with the individual recommendations in that not all of them seem like the appropriate role for the state, or are they meaningful enough? Are they really going to have the impact? When I look at, MM4, something around a legislative change to address the Medi-Cal and allowing transit operators maybe to be Medicaid, something like that could be really impactful. And I don't know the exact right thing, but I would rather have the things that are very, they're going to have a big impact where we're really clear what we're asking for, as compared to having a longer list where, technical assistance or people should just be encouraged to talk to each other, so I think that's very similar to the comment that was just made by my colleague. Thanks.
Okay, well, with that, I think everybody that's spoken on this item wants to speak has spoken. I guess I would let's identify the ones that we've heard folks wanting to pull as needing additional edits, and then see if there's a motion to move the other ones forward as they are. So
Yeah.
this would be a chance to both identify what we've heard already and for anybody to add to that if they'd like to.
I've got QQ1, MM1, 001, MM4, MM1 again, NN1, and a potential addition of PP6 as ones to pull. The rest we did not receive comment on.
You want to run through that again? That's
Sorry,
do it slower.
Yeah. QQ1, MM1, 001.
slow down.
Use
Sorry,
that order, please.
yeah.
Yeah.
Let me.
Let's go back.
001.
Do we pull my MN1?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just three.
Just a second.
Yeah, let me do this real. So in the MMs, I would be moving everything but MM1 and MM4.
Not moving.
Yeah.
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 The ones, just say the ones that are pulled.
Okay. So you want to pull 1, 2, and 4? Yeah. Yeah. So on MM1, it would be pulling 1, 2, and 4. On NN, it would be pulling NN. Sorry, let me check my notes. NN1. On PP, it would be an addition. And then on QQ, sorry, going back, pulling 001 as well. And then on QQ, pulling QQ1. Or sorry, that's just notes. My apologies. So I believe that is what I have from my notes. But it would be pulling and coming back to look at MM2, MM1, MM4, NN1, adding a PP6, and coming back on 001. Trying to move a chunk of these at once. Thank you for your patience.
So let's go ahead and see if we missed anything there. I will also note that the kind of framework that was put out there, the customer experience improvements, the growing ridership, the financial sustainability improvements, those are all things I think we can organize some of our report around, given the focus of the TTTF. So as we come back and start to talk through, the
Chad,
detailed report.
I'm sorry,
Welcome.
can I just make one more general
Yes.
comment? It's not
Yes.
going to change anything you just said.
Yes.
But sometimes when I'm reading a lot of the things on here, the way that the tone maybe, or the way it's framed, it assumes that none of us are doing any of these things. So when we start revising this, it would be good to say, something along the lines of when it's not being done, because a lot of these things are being done. And I don't want to, and even when I started reading the report, the tone to the legislators is that we are not doing any of this, and this is all brand new stuff, and these people aren't doing anything, right? And we are doing a lot. And I just want to make sure that that is something that is presented to them when we finally get there. Thanks.
Thank you for that. And I believe that's something that we can address. It helps to get feedback from all of you as to where those things are actually happening in case we miss something that is. But I don't think the intention of the report is to suggest that some of these activities aren't happening in many parts of the state already. Let's go on to, let's see, Laura Tolkoff, and then Laurel Moluna, and then Laurel Patchett-Seekins.
Laura Tolkoff, this will be quick. PP4 is basically a duplicate of NN1.
Laurel Moluna, and then Laurel Patchett-Seekins.
Laurel Molina, or CTC. I just have first, actually, I want to second what Kate had just mentioned. There are several that I noted too as well, recommendations that I know are being done throughout the state. But a technical procedural question, when you say pull, are we going to remove it, or are we looking at it to revise?
Yeah, that would be pull for revision.
Okay.
Yeah, later in this
In-
meeting to
yeah.
revise it. It's just a matter of trying to get through, focus our conversations on the ones that need revision versus kind of having a constant conversation where we haven't gotten to the suggestions to change it yet. So I'm trying to come with an efficient way of taking forward the ones that don't need a bunch of revisions, and then putting the ones that need revision back on for us to revise.
Okay, so
Okay.
for example, I wanted to add for MM3, encourage healthcare providers. I wanted to suggest we add healthcare providers and healthcare and social service providers. Would that be a pull, or would that be?
Yep, let's add
Okay.
MM3 to the
Okay,
list,
great.
please.
Thank you.
And then we've got Laurel Patchett-Seekins and Carrie Watkins, and then Ian Griffiths.
Yeah, I guess I am was going to ask the clarifying question I asked before, which was like, are we going to be revising all of these immediately after? Because that feels like it could take a long time. And so I just want to sort of flag maybe, yeah, I'm not sure that it does seem like there's been a bunch of sort of bigger picture concerns raised. And so I'm wondering if we should sort of rethink how to proceed at this point, but I don't have a good suggestion.
Okay, again, feedback taken. I think the suggestion here is to move the ones that we can, provide feedback so that they can be, further fleshed out for the next for the next presentation when we come back with some of these same items. And then if there are ones that folks don't feel are ready to be moved forward, you can send it back to us to revise that again based on feedback, and we can bring it back in a future meeting. But we are trying to identify the ones that are ready to move forward with mutually acceptable proposals for the revision, if those can be quickly provided. And if they're ones that need a lot more discussion, we take that feedback and can remove them from the vote right now and bring them back in the next meeting. So next, Carrie Watkins and then Ian Griffiths.
This is just quick. I think QQ3 is almost an exact duplication of MM4 and has the same issue with the per capital payment. I'm not sure that I understand what that means. So either the wording is wrong or we need to clarify. So QQ3 to add to the list.
And then Ian.
I was just going to say that I think I was the only person who commented on QQ1 and I was supportive of it the way it is. So I don't think we need to pull that one. I think we can include it in our batch of you.
Yeah, I have two.
Then I missed that. Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, with on the screen in front of us is the recommended pull for revision and then the addition of a P6. We'll come back to each of those. I would entertain a motion to advance the other recommendations for further work that will go into that final report where we will provide more detail on how these would be implemented. I would entertain that motion if anybody wants to make it.
Griffiths moved.
Matute second.
Okay, so Hillary, if we can call the roll for the recommendations that are not listed as pulled for revision or the one that's looking at a possible addition.
Great, yes. I'll go ahead and call the roll. We're voting on approving all of the recommendations except the ones on the screen that say pull for revision or add. So I'll go ahead and go down this list. Ajise.
Aye.
Barnes.
Abstain.
Bockelman.
Aye.
Edison.
Yes.
Griffiths.
Yes.
Hance.
Yes.
Lindsay.
Yes.
Lippman.
Yes.
Matute.
Yes.
Miller.
Yes.
Mo Luna.
Yes.
Murphy.
Yes.
Paget Seekins.
Yes.
Powers.
Yeah.
Tolkoff.
Yes.
Turner.
Yes.
Watkins.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, so what I am going to recommend here, since we have had a lot of discussion and we have made note of that, we will go into each of these items for revision. And I'm going to ask the Highlands team over lunch to help put in what they've heard so far into draft changes. And then we can see if that is what those that commented on those would like to see. We can next go into the next area, but I would like to kind of give us a more efficient way of working through this, to take the comments that have been heard, make some changes to the items that are just what staff has understood as the kind of change that would be needed, and then that'll give us a more efficient place to consider those revisions. let's go on and have the same conversation around capital construction costs and timelines. And depending on where we are at the end of that, we will consider having a break for lunch and then get into TDA reform afterwards. So we will see where we stand on the capital construction costs and timelines. Do we have any feedback or questions, comments on these strategies and recommendations? Oh, sorry. Ian Griffiths.
I wanted going to take a second to collect my thoughts, but so my main comment is there's RR is a set of recommendations around a lot of which have to do with stakeholder coordination, especially those early ones, and obviously early on in the capital planning process. I support all of them. I would like to see a strengthening of RR 11, which it says encourage state to identify and develop business case guidelines. Oh, and standards. I think I'm fine. I'm not going to. I would like to just see this become, more than encouraged, but I will vote for it the way it is. I think this is critical to the timely advancement of projects and the standardized measurement of benefits across the state in a consistent way that allows, fair comparison of projects and fair capturing of public benefits. And then, so TT then is a set of recommendations that have to do with state capacity. And those are largely to do with, and I support those as well. They're largely to do with, having the right expertise, having in-house, some amount of in-house capacity teams. And however, what I'd like to see is really where the linking of those two things. So I think there's an area where the state can invest in and promote a more clear and standardized process for stakeholder engagement. Because I think a challenge that I observe is that regions and transit agencies and any type of project sponsor, any type of entity moving forward a project can, stakeholder management can go on forever and it can be very difficult to sort of narrow in on scope and get agreement from stakeholders. And we're not really providing, I think having state standards on what are the expectations for when scope gets finalized and how and what level of input stakeholders should have, and how a sponsoring entity should, be empowered to essentially move a project forward and manage stakeholder input, and when is the time for input, when is the time for input allowed, and how do you deal with requests for changes to scope, once a project has moved beyond a certain phase. So that is a concept, that in other parts of the country and in the world is called project sponsorship. The idea that, and it's a practice, of essentially having a very structured process for assessing benefits, managing the business case process, managing scope, cost, and stakeholders over the life of a project, with the goal of delivering projects more quickly and cost effectively. And I think that it sort of spans both of these areas. So I guess my proposal here, and it could be something we take offline, because I know this is a sort of new topic that we might require more in-depth discussion, but my proposed sort of additional principle here would be develop a standardized methodology and use of project sponsorship for major projects to systematically manage the business case process, project benefits, costs, scope, and stakeholders with the goal of delivering projects more quickly and cost effectively.
Thank you, Ian. Let's go to Michael Turner, Laura Tolkoff, and then Kate Miller, please.
I think I've been thinking about how to discuss these because we currently have, I always lose track of the exact number, something like $25 billion in construction contracts on the street. And one way or another, we're doing a lot of these, and if not all of them. And I think the challenge I'm having is these read somewhat conceptual. And I think I'd like to suggest maybe we have a very detailed conversation with like some of my construction people who are doing some of these things to give you some feedback about just practically how they work. I think that would be valuable. When I see things like inter agreements with jurisdictions to clarify expectations before design. I mean, that's just what we do, on a lot of our projects. So I look at that and say, okay, well, what does that exactly mean? Right. And so, I mean, I don't really necessarily have problems with any of these specifically, but I think, like I said, my struggle is how how these become actually something that turns into either legislation, because I think there's a bill on something like permitting right now. I think Senator Wiener's been working on something like that. So I think we just need a little bit more discussion about the specifics of these. So I just want to offer that. But like I said, I don't necessarily have a problem with these as a whole, or but I just think they're conceptual, and they would benefit from some consideration, because I know our people have looked at just about everything on this in this section. So
Yeah, and Michael, I mean, I'm hearing kind of, and I've heard this now a few times from earlier comments, a need to recognize where something is kind of a best practice or something that's already being advanced somewhere in our state, or maybe even by many in the state, and kind of differentiate those items from the items that need some sort of statutory support, some kind of budgetary support, some kind of change, because the change side of it is clearly something that the legislature is looking from in this report. I think to the extent that there are things that would be encouraged because they're already going well in certain parts of the state and we'd like to see more of it, then the question is, what does that look like? Is that us at the state incentivizing that when those that aren't doing it yet are looking to do it on their project? How do we go about supporting that for those that aren't yet doing things that are best practices? And maybe to be clear, where the industry is already supporting some of these concepts, but maybe not uniformly, in that it's maybe something that could be done in other places too, and that's why we're highlighting it.
That's fair.
So I don't know if that's if that strikes you as a way to think about this. I can ask the team to look at phrasing things like that in the future. Let's go on to Laura Tolkoff, Kate Miller, Komei Ajise, and then Juan Matute.
Thank you. I think building off of some of the recommendations you've just heard, and Chad, I think you summarized a lot of the feedback really well. This is a place where I think the state has a lot of, well, let me back up. I think the impact of these recommendations in this section, when taken as a totality, are really about financial sustainability, most directly, and indirectly about growing ridership and customer experience. But it's also a place where the state really has potentially some of the most influence because of your role in funding capital projects. And so, my recommendation would be to, or maybe this is a future motion, but to change our R into state actions to improve the design, planning, and coordination processes for capital projects, and then use that as sort of a filter for the breadth of recommendations that would advance, and that will also help remove something that may just be best practice.
Okay, so let's go on to Kate Miller and then Komei Ajise.
Thank you. Excuse me, I'm still recovering from a cold. A lot of these are really focused on significantly large and I'm going to assume rail projects, not projects that transit properties undergo every day. And I think we need to make a definition of what we're looking at, because small projects certainly don't need the level of oversight that large projects do. On RR, so many of these things were already required to do by the funding that we receive. And I think we need to be careful again about assuming that we're not doing it. And, you know, I don't want to go into significant detail on this, but I'm concerned again about the tone of the findings when in fact they're already being done. And then, I mean, I'm supportive of mostly everything in SS, but structure or create state grants to reward transit agencies that use efficient procurement strategies. A lot of the reasons we can't use a number of efficient procurement strategies is because of state law. So I think everybody wants to streamline their processes on their capital projects. And, you know, that really has more to do with the engineering lobby. That's why they're in place, because, you know, engineering consulting firms really rely heavily on us for business. And maybe it's, you know, right now it has to do with the size of your project on which procurement or type of construction contract that you enter into. But those things probably need to be relaxed and need to be more the decision of the owner, the transit property, than state law. And then the other thing that I wanted to mention is just specifically on RR 7. I think we're already doing that. I'm not sure. I mean, if we get we only get funding by phase, I'm sorry, and maybe, so I'm not sure like what you're trying to say there. We can't move forward with another phase until we complete one phase. And I can't think of one grant program other than maybe block grants that would allow you to actually, that would fund more than just one phase in a single grant.
We did during some of our SME interviews, and I'll have to go back to my notes to get the specifics. There are often allocations, even though that might be for an individual grants, that do occasionally cross sort of some of those boundaries. And I think the best practice that we really heard and was as a project develops and goes through that phases, there's sort of that commitment, and this may be more soft than sort of the formal commitment of, you know, construction funding versus PS and, you know, design specs, but where the project scope has changed so much that we don't actually ever really walk away. Projects kind of just continue once they've reached a certain point is something that our SMEs expressed a lot, and that at a certain point, reevaluating that and doing that more formal stage gate process where there is formal evaluative criteria before you move on between those phases may be necessary. So that was the goal, to try to express that. So it's not perfectly expressed. We can certainly come back, but
yeah, I just wonder, Hunter, if that is more the exception than the typical project. I mean, I can't think of any projects that I've ever, I mean, we have to, you know, we fill out a state form and I can't remember the name of the form, and we say, these are the things of how we want to fund it. But that funding is not going to come through until, or we certainly can't spend on that funding until we've completed the phase that we're in. So I guess, I guess one thing if it would be helpful to actually have a project example on that one. So, I mean, I'm not trying to be difficult. It just seems, I don't know, maybe I'm alone on that one.
No, Kate, I mean, I think I would say that we see this sometimes internally within our state projects where those questions aren't asked at some of these stages where they've changed a lot. And so I think that's partly driven by what we see, I think, within our
maybe
state.
we should just talk about scope creep then, because that sounds like what you're talking about.
Yeah, I'll also add, this might also speak to your earlier point about the size of projects. I will say the smaller you are, especially on some of the very, very large mega projects, this is where a lot of the juice for the squeeze and reducing capital construction
Yeah.
costs probably
I mean,
is where the boundaries get much more blurry
okay,
than,
a smaller property, just to
Yeah.
point something out, would likely, their bigger projects would be bus procurements.
yeah.
We don't have a public process when we're buying, we don't do any of this. And so, so that also just, we need to be able to characterize the kind of project that we're talking about before this becomes general rules for everything that we do, like, office supply procurements. I just get a little bit concerned. Yeah.
Point well taken.
Okay, so we've got Juan Matute, then Lorelmo Luna, then Ian.
It's either for SS5 or SS6. I'm not sure which one. But the idea here would be, and these are all related to the SB 445, which I've been following a bit and gave testimony related to earlier this year. A mechanism for achieving this is, we know from the RTPs and from other transit plans, long range transportation plans, where the lines on the map are going to be for some of these larger projects in the future. I'm thinking of bus rapid transit, but also it's of course rail. And well in advance, I think it could be possible through some sort of planning grant that includes some very light engineering exploration, it could be possible to map out the infrastructure, both on the surface and underground, in order to inform decisions that would be made about corridor planning and other things, because at some point everything becomes path dependent. And there have been projects that have run into challenges, especially as our state ages, with existing infrastructure that's in there that is more difficult to relocate. And so some sort of advanced planning for digital asset management or infrastructure asset management to make sure that it can all be there in there in a standardized format as a platform or as something to support faster permitting in the future, because you know what you got, I think fits in SS5 or SS6, and would help to achieve some of these invest and streamline action verbs.
Let's go to Laurel and then Ian.
Laurel Malunauer, CTC. I guess I'll just go ahead and just kind of go through and name off the ones that I circled that I have comments on. I also circled RR7. I'm not quite sure what we meant by that. It just did not make sense to me. So if you can provide us with a more specific example, I think that would be helpful. RR8, the first phrase there where it says formalize service-led planning to reduce construction costs. I'm not sure what we mean by that. So I'd like to get more information on what we mean with that. I think for just looking at, there's several recommendations under RR. I don't have any, nothing stood out to me as like major red flags or anything, but because there are so many, I wouldn't want those that are more, that are going to have a greater impact to get lost in the mix of the entire list. So I think it would be good to really kind of highlight and know which ones we think are going to have that we need to prioritize. The other one that I also circled was SS1. Regarding NEPA oversight delegation, I'm only familiar with NEPA oversight for Caltrans. The delegation is only for federal highways. I'm not sure that I know of it being used for on the federal transit side. But that would be interesting to know how that might be applicable. And similar to what Michael Turner mentioned earlier, I'd really love to kind of have an opportunity to run this by our project delivery folks, because I think a lot of the permitting requirements and timelines, I think it'd be really interesting just to kind of get a better understanding of what that might mean for different regions. SS4, a master permitting authority for infrastructure owners. It sounds like, but including transit agencies. Again, I just need more information on that. And SS7 is regarding creating state grants or structure for state grants to reward transit agencies. I think anything that has to do with a potential new funding source or a structure, I think that should all be kind of kept under a funding category. And then under TT 5, 6, and 7 are expectations. I think those are just hard requirements that every agency should already be doing. I think the challenge is that many are facing is that there aren't enough staff, engineering or procurement staff with that expertise. And so I can see something like TT4 being an example of what can be done to overcome those challenges. But I think TT 5, 6, and 7 are just expectations that everybody should be doing. And then TT 10, this came up previously in other strategies we talked about, but if we are going to create new organizations of some sort, I think that can make things more complicated and add more red tape or bureaucracies where it might not be needed.
Thank you, Laurel. Just one quick comment on the NEPA delegation authority. The state has waived the sovereign immunity requirements for both transit and rail, and then CalSTA has the authority to enter into MOUs with FRA and or FTA. Right now, the only MOU is between FRA and High Speed Rail Authority, which extends to most rail projects in the state, should those projects want to pursue it. So that's really the oversight. It parallels the kind of highway delegation that Caltrans has. It is possible to enter into an MOU with FTA should agencies want the state to do that. But up till now, we have not had requests for us to try to enter into that NEPA delegation with FTA. On rail projects, we have seen, anywhere from an 18 to 24 month acceleration of the environmental process. And it's also been made clear to us that that's, with a lack of resources in Washington right now, that's a good way to keep things moving forward through their environmental, should resources at the federal level not be enough to kind of keep up with the environmental reviews we have here in California.
Thank you for that.
So,
I'll also touch on, as you'll see, on sort of just not losing any of the concepts. On the second read pass, what we'll be reviewing in item 6 later today, we have a field for sort of key recommendations, and in the staff report, we are recommending that only one per strategy be the key, or, so there is going to be a second round of discussion once we're sort of at a more final list to really say, this is the one, in bold font that we want to cover, highlight. So that will be available to the task force.
I want to go with Ian, Comey, and then Alex. And I'd like to note that after this, we might take a lunch break and come back after lunch to continue the conversation.
Thank you. Griffiths. So first, on RR7, I think, first of all, there's a typo that I believe it's supposed to say stage gate, not state gate, and that may be part of the confusion here. However, another source of the confusion is we have not defined stage gate, and we haven't there's no recommendation that actually is calling for a stage gate process and defining when that should occur. So I feel like there's a missing, I think this might help address several of the comments here. I think there should be at least one new RR that that proposes a stage gate process, defines what it is, and the circumstances under which it should be happening. And I would, it's a threshold that I know the province of Ontario uses in Canada. I think other jurisdictions is $100 million, capital projects of $100 million or more. So that may need some work among a breakout group, but I would propose something like for capital projects over $100 million, require the identification of a clear project sponsor to and the use of a standard use of a stage gate process to assess costs and benefits at key junctures during the project. I would also, so that would be one, new recommendation. I think RR6, actually, as I read it again, I think it's too constrained. I would say condition construction funding because cost per anticipate rider is one measure of efficiency, but it's not the only one. And there may be cases where there are project benefits that aren't ridership that still make a project worthwhile. So I think condition construction funding on cost on a clear and standardized assessment of project benefits and costs, including ridership, would be, I think, a more nuanced. And that's, again, referencing back to a standardized way we would actually go about measuring project benefits and all the different types of project benefits: ridership, economic development, climate, and others. So I think between like RR6, RR7, and a potential new RR 6.5, I feel like there's some work to be done on those three that sort of clarifies what we're talking about here in terms of stage gate and potential project sponsorship, and then a more holistic definition of project benefits.
Thank you. Let's go to Kome and then to Alex.
Yeah, I'd put my card down earlier on because I think most of what I had in mind had been covered. Most of the things I see here is already in play. And it seems like this recommendation speak to large bespoke projects, basically. And I would caution trying to spend too much time on it because the nature of these projects are so unique to the very large transit agencies, and they don't lend themselves to the kind of run-of-the-mill oversight that we're talking about. So there is a lot of oversight that comes with it. That's not to suggest there's anything wrong with what's listed here, but I don't feel like we need to spend a whole lot of time trying to wordsmith this. They're all well-intentioned. There is a lot that we do, mostly in this state. You don't fund construction up front. You got to get through design, environmental before you come back for construction. So there is a measure of stage gating that goes on already. There is a lot of practice in alternative construction, the delivery programs that we see. RR9 speaks to that. So just to pick on some of them. But the issue that I feel like maybe we also need to focus on is, as we think about, creating a funding source for transit, which is where I'm hoping that we end up in this conversation. I could see the state needing to have a role in creating some performance metrics to make sure that there's efficiency in the use of funds. But we do have practice, and there's global practice that we can bring to the table. I just don't know that we're quite there yet with some of the things that I hear. So I don't want to lose some of the flexibility we have in the existing program. So if you take our SS7, for example, where it talks about rewarding transit agencies that use efficient deliveries, we already have the opportunity to use existing funding systems to fund transit and highways, right? And so we have requirements that are in those funding programs that don't require and don't need us to do anything different because they've worked. So I just want to make sure we don't lose those flexibilities because we think we're going to have this specifics applied to transit. And then TT10 talks about this notion of a central design, and it's something that we've done in this state. I think Caltrans used that approach to be able to take on big size projects and have some standardized design process in Sacramento for projects across the state that were bigger than any one district. I could see that. I don't know that we have enough of that kind of capacity or enough of those types of procurements on the transit side in the state or will ever have that to create that centralized kind of design. But I could see where if we, in fact, we have a state funding that is devoted to transit and there's a need for oversight, that there is some kind of a peer review or peer consideration that goes into making sure that all the T's are crossed and the I's are dotted, to assure that we're meeting our stewardship obligations. But I just don't see how we get to where we have a centralized design. So again, I feel like this speaks to first creating a state role that will then require the state to have these types of oversight. Otherwise, I think we're dealing with projects that are very unique to various transit properties, and I know that they all have systems in place to run those.
Thank you, Kome. It looks like we have one more hand up here, and then after that, we will take a 30-minute lunch break, and we'll get instructions on where to do that in a moment. But Bob Powers, would you like to go?
So Chad, and Hunter, right? This might be come out a little harsh, but you'll just have to take it. I think this section on the capital projects, you've completely missed it. I don't, Hunter, I don't know who you talked to come up with these recommendations. I don't know if you've talked to, my staff, Turner's staff. They're all they're all stuff right out of a textbook, right? And most of the stuff is already happening by folks that are out there who deliver capital projects for a living, who don't, this is not, it seems like it's stuff from people who are not in the capital project business. And so when I read through these things, I'm like, what exactly are you trying to accomplish with these three sets of recommendations that are in there? I go, and this talk of mega projects and this talk of stage gate, from people with $100 million threshold, it's just arbitrary. It's got nothing to do with this task force, with what we're supposed to be doing. Right? You completely missed it on this one, and it's fine. And you can push back on me. I'm a big boy. I can dish it out and I can take it. So I'm going to make a motion at the right time, Chad, that this whole section be tabled and you go back and you talk to the right people to come up with recommendations. The singular thing that we can do as a region on the capital is how can we accelerate these capital projects? Nothing more, nothing less. Don't get cute with it. Don't get mega projects. Don't get stage gate nonsense. How can we accelerate, whether it's a Kate Miller, $10 million job or a Powers 100 million, it's got nothing to do. How can we accelerate it and get the projects on the street for the people who need them, right? Nothing more, nothing less than that. And I'm going to make a motion, and maybe there'll be a second. Maybe everybody will say, Powers, you're out of your mind. Totally fine too. But you missed the mark. And I think we need to go back and take another run at this thing.
Bob, thank you for that comment, and I will in a moment just kind of address where we've heard what we've heard so far, and let us talk about that. But we would at its core, I think, support this idea of both the acceleration of capital projects and what we can do to support that as well. And I believe that's what we heard in our earlier discussions, and the recognition of how to make sure projects can be done affordably, and whatever support the state and this task force can recommend in that area. Again, these come out of discussions both of this task force and of others that we have talked to between the experts that have been recommended to us. But we certainly are willing to listen to and have meetings with any of your teams here that need to put this forward. But the acceleration of projects and what to do to support that is critical. I would just note that we have, many capital resources at the state side that have been sitting on the sidelines, committed to projects but not being spent on those projects to a very extreme extent across many of our funding programs. And so that doesn't help if the money is available, but not getting moved forward for various reasons. So do you want to provide any comments on where these recommendations came from, Hunter?
Yeah, we conducted outreach with SMEs, including folks at agencies. We're happy to do more of that, and experts and folks who have built large capital projects across the state. We'll have a full list available, and again, really happy to help consider more and come back as necessary, understanding not everyone where we may have missed the mark. You know, none of us are perfect here, so we're trying our best. I think what is the framework that we're trying to address in putting together this sort of three-legged stool on, you know, looking at the planning and design process, streamlining, which is speed, you know, permitting and permitting timelines, and sort of changing the relationship between some of the infrastructure owners comes out of a lot of the best practices we've seen from agencies across the state. And then the state capacity, you know, making sure those resources are available is something that, again, has been brought up and shown as a best practice from, you know, a lot of these agencies. I think, unfortunately, when it comes to transit transformation and why this is such an important topic, and as much as we like to say, sure, it's just let's go back to the bread and butter projects, is the big mega projects are both the highest potential for transit transformation, but also the highest costs and the highest variability in costs. So while every one of these is, you know, to member Gisei's point, unique, the challenges have not been in the last couple decades. And these may not be the right recommendations. We'll have more conversations. We'll take them back. We'll try to get this right because this has to be getting right. But the importance of getting capital construction cost reforms in terms of improving the fiscal outlook of agencies, but also finishing and delivering the projects that deliver transit transformation is really important. Again, by no means perfect. We're happy to continue to chat with more staff, more folks on the ground. I will talk to as many people as we can, but we are trying to address what are really thorny and hard topics to get right. If it was an easy topic, it would not be in front of this task force. I'll let Michael go.
Michael, go ahead.
I just want to make sure I understand where we're at, because my good friend and colleague made a motion. I would like to be the second, because I think that he did make a motion. So I would like.
I said I was gonna make a motion.
Yes.
Yeah, but I appreciate, I haven't yet, Michael. I wanted to, I did. You know, people think I'm a little, you know, out of whack here, and that's okay. But I did want Chad and Hunter to, you know, they can respond before I made the motion, but I'm prepared to make the motion, Michael.
Well, okay, then if we don't, okay, but what I heard you say was take these back and have some more discussion about these items. Okay, then I'll make the motion.
I'll make it. You know, we keep going. You know, I will. Chad, this whole section, 100, this whole section, whatever it is, R, N, whatever it is on this thing, I'm going to make the motion that we take it back. You take it back and sand it down, refine it, and bring it back to the next task force meeting. I think it's down in LA next week or next month or wherever it is. And maybe there's a second out there, and I'd ask for you to, you know, follow the rules, and let's have a vote on it.
I hear a motion. Do I hear a second?
I will second it, and I will provide a map to LA for my colleague from the Bay Area if he gets lost.
I'll be there. Don't worry.
Okay, I hear a motion and a second. Should we take a roll call vote on this?
Yes, so we have a motion by Powers, seconded by Turner, to revisit, to table and send back to revision all the recommendations under RR, SS, and TT. So that's what we're voting on. Okay. Ajise.
Aye.
Barnes.
Aye.
Bockelman.
Aye.
Edison.
Aye.
Griffiths.
I I just want to make a brief comment, which is that, I mean, fully support this. I think this is a really important topic and we need to get it right. I broadly think we're on the right track here, and I think it's really about fleshing out the detail. This discussion we've had today and these recommendations, from my perspective, do reflect what we talked about in prior meetings, what subject matter experts have shared with us.
Mr. Chair, it's a yes or no vote. We don't comment when we go into the vote.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Please present your vote.
Aye.
Hance,
Yes.
Lindsay,
Yes.
Lippman,
Aye.
Matute,
Abstain.
Miller,
Aye.
Mo Luna,
Aye.
Murphy,
Aye.
Paget Seekins,
Yes.
Pimentel,
Aye.
Powers,
Aye.
Tolkoff,
Aye.
Turner,
Aye.
Watkins.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Thank you for that. The motion passes. At this point in the meeting, I'd like to take a 30-minute break. We will reconvene at 1 o'clock and we will come back with some of the draft ideas on how to revise the accessibility recommendations at that time. Thank you. Dramatic. Not necessarily that way. Yeah.
I would like to invite my colleague Michael Turner to put together a 5 to 10 minute dog and pony show at the beginning of the next meeting about what Metro's learned from all these things, because it seems like Bob and him are the big construction bullies in the room, and the rest of us
For those in the room, right now we have 12 people and it's not enough to move forward and there's nobody else in eating lunch. So we're waiting on at least one more member showing up. Okay, with 13 members of the task force in the room and we have a quorum, I would like to take, do we have everybody who showed up later? We could take a roll call again to capture those that were not here before. So can we do that? And then we'll proceed with the meeting. Hillary?
All right. Roll call for Murphy
Here. Okay, that's it.
and Pimentel.
He will be returning, but he's not here right now. Okay, so thank you for coming back from lunch. A little bit late getting started here again. What we have, which we said we would do prior to lunch, is the first section on accessibility, accessible transportation. We brought back a rough version of what we understood to be some of the desired updated changes. We are ready to receive additional comment on what these might need to be revised to reflect. And then once we have the input from this body, we will see if we can move any of these forward. So I'm going to let folks indicate their desire to speak and help us go through the items that are on the board. MM1 through MM4 are up right now, and then we can move on to the other ones after that. So let's go ahead and look at what wordsmithing or proposed changes are desired here. Let's be efficient if we can, and then we'll move on to TDA reform after this. Let's start with Carrie Watkins and then Kate Miller.
I think I was the only person that was concerned about MM2. I'll just read off what I'd like it to read. Empower transit agencies to provide more one-trip services to eliminate transfers when services originate and or end in other jurisdictions. So the rest would stay the same. Do you want me to read it again? One trip. So the first part would stay the same. You want me to, so empower transit agencies to provide more one-trip services. Okay, so I think that part's there. To eliminate transfers when services originate. And then you can take the and or and paste it over.
Let's go to Kate Miller.
On the top one, it says usage of vehicle still. And I really think it's a problem, but I don't think you mean usage of vehicle. I think there's an and missing maybe.
I think it would be, how do you feel on just vehicle maintenance, not
Yeah,
usage
I
of
think that would probably be better for me.
Okay.
Again, it's like we're getting very, very prescriptive, and I think just coordinated services is really something that we should use in our language here, and then like flesh out the details at a future date. And that way it doesn't really limit us, and it encourages us to work together to find solutions for efficiencies. But, I'm now going off on a tangent, so that's my thought. On the one trip services, I'm supportive of that. There needs to be some sort of geographic boundary, because I'm at that age now where I could love to take a paratransit vehicle to LA. and not have to transfer. So I think we need to have some sort of reasonable geographic restriction on that one.
How about adding neighboring to rather than just all other jurisdictions?
I mean, I think it's a challenge. I think I would say, you know, within a geographic area of reason, because even a neighboring one, it would be, you know, 2 hours for Napa to get to the northern part of Sonoma County, and we neighbor. That's our neighbor.
Yeah. Okay.
So that you know, and right now we're working with MTC and the Solano Transportation, Soltrans. We are taking our riders to a further destination right now in Solano County. Someone else is paying for it. And that's the challenge, right? Like you know, we have had instances in the past where we've spent $150,000 on one rider because they have a hospital preference and they live on the most southern part of our county to go to the northern. So at some point, it just becomes an unreasonable demand, and we just need to find a way to make sure that we are doing the best that we can for a one-seat ride without impacting our budgets to the point where we're having to compromise our fixed route service to address our ADA services.
Okay, a suggestion here perhaps is, could we refer to within agreed upon expanded service areas or something like that? To
Yeah,
get that the idea
that works,
of,
yeah.
so within agreed upon expanded service areas is my suggestion for handling that. Michael Turner and then Ian. Sorry, Laurel, I looked at it wrong. Laurel Molina and then Ian.
No problem. Instead of eliminate transfers, what some agencies have is they limit the number of transfers because a one-trip ride, one-seat ride, as Kate mentioned, can be very costly. It can be, you know, it could take sometimes well over an hour, hour and a half just to travel within the same county.
Ian.
I think what's meant, the term that is more common here is one-seat ride services. So I think that's a trip is usually can consist of multiple transfers. One-seat ride refers to, I think, what is meant here. And then just more broadly, I think as we go through these and other recommendations, I think we should, I think it's important that this document and these set of recommendations be directional. We're not writing legislation here. And so I think, yes, I think there's going to be many examples throughout this where it is going to be difficult. There are barriers in place. There are laws that prevent some of these things from happening. We want to move in this direction. We want to, and I think the fact that all these begin with support and coordinate with, empower. So I'm supportive of this refined language. However, I think we shouldn't be, if something is not possible right now, it should be but we agree that the end goal is something we want to move towards to transform transit. It's okay that we're sometimes surfacing things that may not be possible right now. And part of what needs to happen as a result of this task force is we identify those barriers. We can change those laws if there need to be laws changed. But I think it's fine that this list of things include things that that may be difficult to do.
Thank you. Were there any changes to MM3? I'm not aware. I can't remember that there were any the last time. Go ahead, Carrie.
I wasn't actually going to talk about MM3, but can someone explain to me what a per capital payment model is? Because I think that was something brought up and I still don't understand what that means. And maybe it's just that I don't understand it and the wording is actually correct.
That's a typo that should read per capita. So if we could make that change. In MM4. I think MM3, I believe, and is already approved to move forward.
MM3, I asked for it to include social service providers, so encourage healthcare and social service providers.
So before we move on to the next section, do I have anybody who wants to move the set of recommended changes here?
Watkins, so move.
Griffith, second.
Can we call the roll, please?
So the motion on the table made by Watkins and seconded by Griffiths is to improve the recommendations MM1 through MM4 as written on the screen. All right. Ajise,
Aye.
Barnes, Bockelman, Edison,
Yes.
Griffiths,
Yes.
Hance,
Yes.
Lindsay,
Yes.
Lipman,
Yes.
Matute, Miller,
Yes.
Moluna,
Yes.
Murphy,
Yes.
Paget Seekins,
Yes.
Pimentel, Powers,
Yes.
Tolkoff,
Yes.
Turner,
Yes.
and Watkins.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. If we can put up the next section of items, I believe these are NN and OO initiatives and maybe a PP6, but let's do NN and then OO next.
So oops, I guess I should be called on before I do this.
Yes, Carrie, would you like to go?
Yeah, I think I'm the reason that NN1 was up there and it was a very simple request. Oh, did you actually edit it already or is it the exact same so far? No, it's the exact same so far. So I would just add after the word documentation, and require documentation on how to use paratransit services. I don't think we want to tell people they have to use them. We just want to tell them how they're using them. That's it.
What?
And provide, is it provide documentation on how to use instead of require? Or is that require of the operators?
I think it's
Require the
supposed to be
operators.
requiring the operators to provide documentation on how. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's go to
I'm
Laurel.
not saying that they don't. I'm just saying the wording as it was before was unclear what you were talking about.
I think that what it was talking about was asking transit operators, some of whom are already doing this, but to improve the information describing the services and the required documentation in order to be eligible. That was my assumption of what I meant.
That would be consistent with the feedback we received from subject matter experts and folks with lived experience we interviewed. Yeah. Yeah.
So take out my part then. Take out the on how. And I think she had other language to put in there. Can you say it again, Laura?
I think the clarification is the required eligibility documentation.
Eligibility. There you go.
And it's required with a D there, sorry. There we go. there anything on OO? If not, I would entertain moving these forward. It's a motion.
I'll move it.
Ritu is saying that we updated the strategy on OO in red text to address task member Ian Griffith's comments.
I was just going to second, I think the motion from member Lindsay was to move NN and OO, and I would second that.
Let's call the roll. Sorry.
One, I'm not sure that consistent is the right word. Was it supposed to be accessible?
Is that a question for me?
Yeah.
I mean, I thought the whole thing is referring to accessibility. So it's the consistency in accessibility. But
Hold on. Just can we withdraw the motion before we have further comment? Okay. So can we withdraw the motion just for a moment? Okay. Thank you.
I guess this could be clearer. Could I propose instead improve the accessibility and consistency or
would it not be reflecting more so than consistency? It would be the quality of the stop.
Okay. How about, sorry, I think to go back to the original, what I would propose is more the intent here. Improve accessibility of transit stops for all riders in order to create a more consistent
transit system for all.
Yeah.
Okay.
Powers, go ahead.
I'm much calmer now, Chad. Maybe I'm just not tracking so intently on this one. When we say conduct inventories, who is that? Is that the great state of California? Is this the one above it says encourage transit operators? So who's the who in this one? Just so I know what I'm voting on.
This would be sort of when we don't have a who identified, is that we'd come back in the second one with those who's identified for you after conducting further research and understanding. So this is, should this inventory more exist? And then we'll come back with this inventory should be existed and conducted by so on and so forth.
Okay.
As what will come back in the round 2.
Thanks, Hunter.
Because I don't think it is inherently clear or knowable, but we want to get kind of line up on the concept before we line up on the who on this one.
Do I have a motion on items N and OO?
I'll move it.
And Griffith second.
Call the roll, please.
All right, we have a motion on the table moved by Lindsay, seconded by Griffiths on items NN1 and OO1 as revised on the screen. I'll call the roll now. Ajise?
Aye.
Barnes? Mockelman? Edison?
Yes.
Griffiths?
Yes.
Hance?
Yes.
Lindsay?
Yes.
Lippman?
Yes.
Matute? Miller?
Yes.
Mo Luna?
Yes.
Murphy?
Yes.
Paget Seekins?
Yes.
Pimentel?
Abstain.
Powers?
Yes.
Tolkoff?
Yes.
Turner,
Yes.
Watkins.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. And I believe now we have the addition of two items under PP, under Reform Planning Process for Paratransit. They are on the screen as 6, conduct planning on the spectrum of on the spectrum of services. I'm sorry.
I would recommend that we just put these into an ampersand and just have one PP6 to add. Yeah, and should be services instead of series here. I think the original comment, just going back to my notes here, was on how microtransit can play a role in delivering paratransit service, potentially at different cost ratios for folks who are both eligible for paratransit and dial ride service and not, and that should be studied and analyzed. This may not be the best way to express that concept. I will freely admit that, but happy to take suggestions on this concept from the task force.
Let's go with let's see, Carrie Watkins, followed by Ian Griffiths and Laurel Paget-Seekins.
Can I request that you flip Ian and I, because I actually really liked whatever language he had said when he first did it, and I was just the one who was trying to add microtransit in addition to fixed route services.
That's fine. Thank you. Ian.
I think what I would simply say is encourage the linking of paratransit, microtransit, and fixed route service planning as capturing the intent and the additional comment from Carrie.
I think I think the idea of the planning piece, I mean, it's not just that we're trying to link these services, but we're trying to simultaneously plan for, and that's where the word spectrum came from, I think, like that there's this spectrum of services now that microtransit exists where, yeah, so. Okay, with planning at the end, I guess we're getting there.
I will go on to other members here, but one question I have for the group is whether this is an area where you want us to come back with this fleshed out more in a future meeting on this PP6, given the challenges of possibly wordsmithing it. So if we still have comments on it, but I would also be open to the idea that we come back with this fleshed out more. So seeing.
Well, I have a comment.
Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
That I think needs to be incorporated in this. So,
Yeah,
I mean, I think we, paratransit, door to door, you have to typically reserve in advance. Some systems you don't, but it kind of operates like microtransit. So I guess, in some ways it's redundant because someone can take a paratransit vehicle to our fixed route, but if they're on a paratransit vehicle, what would be the point, right? The paratransit vehicle in theory would take them to their final destination, again, within geographic area of where the paratransit's operating. So for me, this is confusing. And I think when you rewrite it to make sure that you incorporate a definition of what microtransit is, because that's all over the place now. I mean, microtransit could be using an app versus, having it just be available or call in. And then there are applications where microtransit does actually work really well. And for our systems in the small jurisdictions where it's very small, we don't deploy paratransit in those service areas unless they're leaving the service area. So it is microtransit. We have an app. They can use the app to hail a ride. They can call. They can do a number of things. They can even wave it down. So it becomes, I think, incumbent on us to really define what that is. And then I would say when you're characterizing how it would use, it has to make sense, because in most service areas that are fixed route, it just doesn't make sense from a cost perspective. It's a lot more expensive than just deploying fixed route, and it's a lot less effective. What you end up having is one person on the bus as opposed to having a lot of people on the bus, and ultimately that's really what we want, right?
Okay, thank you. Laurel Paget-Seekins, and then are you still wanting to go? Okay, and then Carrie.
Yeah, Laurel Paget-Seekins, Public Advocates. Yeah, I do think more conversation is needed on this, because technically under ADA, right, fixed route and and paratransit are linked by 3/4 of a mile exactly. And I think there's some actually public policy reasons to sort of think about them differently. And Joe's just giving public comment at EC Transit about this 2 nights ago. So there's a lot to be said here. And yeah, but as is, don't think it makes sense about the complexities of the issue.
Carrie, do you have another comment?
I would just say I agree that we should absolutely take this back and not try to do it now. But I think you guys now understand, just in response to what Kate was saying, I don't think any of us are encouraging like language here about like linking the physical services. I think the intent is to link sort of thinking about where the boundaries of these things are and making sure that, you know, our regulations, at least in the state of California, read in a way that we can make sure it's efficient how we're running each of these services in coordination with each other. And I think there's a lot we don't yet understand about what's good and bad on microtransit. Like we're still in the infancy of using these services to understand like where can they be more efficient and where do they just not make sense. And so the point here is that I think we've done a lot of thinking already about how microtransit and fixed route intersect, but not a lot about how microtransit and paratransit intersect, and how putting boundaries in certain places and who goes on what service and things like that. So I think that's what we're trying to encourage, is more like planning and research to understand those things.
Okay, thank you very much for the conversation here. I think because this isn't in response to an item being amended or rejected here, it's not in the staff. It's not been in the staff report. We can come back to this without a vote at the next meeting and come back with more information on this topic. So with this, I'd like to move on to the TDA reform section of the staff report. Yeah, pardon? Oh, is there still QQ1? Okay, sorry. Let's do QQ1 as the next area.
I believe the members requested on QQ3 that it would just be a remove, since it is similar to the, it's basically the same as the earlier one, so that can just be written as remove. So
do we have the wording on QQ1 reflecting the feedback earlier?
Yeah, I think I said public engagement with folks with lived experience. You don't have to say folks, but
we can use people with lived experience.
People with lived experience, yes. Any further feedback on QQ1? Do you have a motion? It would be for QQ1 and QQ3 to revise QQ1 and to remove QQ3.
I'll move Paget-Seekins.
Watkins, second.
Please call the roll.
So we have a motion on the table Made by Paget Seekins and seconded by Watkins to approve QQ1 as amended and remove QQ3. Ajise,
Aye.
Barnes, Bockelman, Edison,
Yes.
Griffiths.
Yes.
Hance,
Yes.
Lindsay,
Yes.
Lipman, Matute, Miller,
Yes.
Mo Luna,
Yes.
Murphy,
Yes.
Paget Seekins,
Yes.
Pimentel,
Yes.
Powers,
Yes.
Tolkoff,
Yes.
Turner,
Yes.
Watkins.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, thank you. And now to move on to the last section of the staff report. This is items UU through WW, strategies UU through WW. What I'd like to have here is a broad discussion of the group of these for something like 20 minutes or so, if that's how, if there's comments at that level, and then I'd like to get to whether any of these how they should be advanced, either as the recommendation that's on the table amended or tabled or removed. So please let's keep the perspective of what we have to get through here and try to have a good conversation around the TDA items. And we'll look forward to the feedback. Michael Pimentel first.
Yeah, thank you. And I lost my name card there. So, folks, I want to maybe start off with some high-level observations, speak to some high-level priorities that we have spoken to in meetings past, and that we have worked to crystallize a bit further in advance of this meeting, while noting that a lot of what I'm going to speak to is, I believe, reasonably well reflected in the staff report already. At the highest of levels, what we have been advocating for as an association is the elimination of TDA's existing performance measures and penalties and the replacement of those measures and penalties with new reporting and accountability measures. To focus first on those existing performance measures, we're talking about the elimination of the requirements in existing law for agencies to meet their fare box recovery and STA efficiency criteria requirements, and then by extension to eliminate the penalties associated with non-compliance with those requirements because the requirements would no longer exist. And we are now suggesting to this concept of additional reporting and accountability that we add new requirements in law that transit agencies report a broader set of data to the state, data and metrics for their systems, which would largely leverage data that is already produced for organizations like the Federal Transit Administration and what is filed with the National Transit Database. Some of the things that we were thinking of were things like operating expenses, vehicle revenue miles, vehicle revenue hours, unlinked passenger trips, the unadjusted fare box recovery, noting that under today's law, when we report fare box recovery, yes, it's fare box, but it's fare box is adjusted for things like local revenues, but also too for a series of exclusions for what is qualified as a cost. And then with regards to performance metrics that would be reported, we're looking at things like operating expense per vehicle revenue mile, operating expense per vehicle revenue hour, as well as unlinked passenger trip per vehicle revenue mile and per vehicle revenue hour. Part of what we're trying to drive toward here is clear transparency on how our systems are performing, and then also making sure that we're offering information about service efficiency and service effectiveness. And where this is supposed to then come to a head with regards to then accountability is to really leverage and enhance the triennial audit process that exists today in TDA and use this toward driving improvements to systems in circumstances where an agency may be underperforming. And so the triennial review already requires that The regional entities are evaluating transit agencies every 3 years. Largely, we're looking at efficiency and effectiveness. What we're suggesting here is that we would be reporting on an annual basis, and then on those data points, on those measures that are the subject of those reports, we would use that to serve as the basis for our triennial review. And then where there are issues, we'd have the regional entity developing and furthering recommendations in concert with the agency in order to drive some improvements to the services. And then where it is applicable, there would be some sort of ongoing evaluation to understand if the recommendations that we've offered as agencies in concert with our regions are actually being followed. And that would be something that would be reviewed in the subsequent audit. And then finally, kind of bigger picture, we've talked a lot about funding and what that can be invested in. And this is specific to TDA funds. And so we'll just uplift some of the things we've mentioned in the past, limiting the types of transportation projects that could be funded through TDA, specifically LTF to rail and transit. And then as you've heard us speak to in the past, really creating a system of eligible expenses that really create parity between the types of things that you can invest in between rail and transit. And so that is kind of top to bottom what we've offered. Again, as I look at what has been offered to us in the staff report, some fairly strong congruency. I won't suggest that all of the language is one for one. It isn't. And there are some of these items here that I think, in a future meeting could be subject of some further discussion. One of those items, VV4, about phased implementation of updated population numbers, would suggest that as we go through conversation, and because we've had some conversations with our members, including those on the committee, what I would suggest is, for those things that are perhaps non-controversial, we try to move those things forward. And then anything that requires some further discussion, as we've been doing, maybe hold for a later date so we can make some good progress and dispense with one of the key things we were asked to do as a task force, which is to move some recommendations for TDA reform forward for the legislature's review. And I can imagine several of my members will want to chime in as we're going through today's conversation. So thank you.
Thank you, Michael. I have just Laurel Paget-Seekins with her card up right now.
Thanks, Laurel Paget-Seekins, Public Advocates. Yeah, I did have a question about the intent on the establish a working group with statutory deadlines for a draft and final metrics. That would be a working group that would be to create the metrics that would then go into TDA reform. Is that the?
Yes, the proposal here is following a similar pattern that we've used for either guidelines development or for performance standards when we developed the uniform performance standards for the rail JPAs, which is basically to put the working group together of the key stakeholders to put out draft and then final guidelines on a statutory calendar. But basically to have that be the place in which we finalize the recommended metrics and performance measures.
Okay. Part of what I'm thinking about is, given that we're talking about reforming a law that's older than I am, that it would be useful to build in some mechanisms for rethinking to happen, not like lock into statute things that we don't, some sort of process to be able to refresh.
That's the purpose of the working group with a four-year review horizon, so that you don't have to keep passing laws to say, do it again, do it again.
That is what I was hoping it was getting at, and I just wanted to clarify. And then on the unmet needs, I would like us to propose that we end the unmet needs process and that all of the money go to transit, even if that, in very rural areas means, demand responsive for seniors, people with disabilities, other types of services if there isn't an well-established fixed route network. I realize that might be controversial. I feel like this is the Transit Transformation Task Force. We should be putting out what we think is required for transit transformation, and if it has to get fought in the legislature, we can talk about it then. But I would like us to recommend ending the unmet needs process.
I would second that amendment. We have high transit insecurity in rural areas where it's not the access to roads, it's the inability to, travel either by vehicle because maybe it can't be fixed or by any sort of transit service. So I'm all in favor of that recommendation. Laurel.
Any other more comments on the items that are before you here? Carrie, go ahead.
I'll just add a third voice to that. From what I've heard in talking to transit agencies, it's ridiculous how this process goes down, and the money needs to stay with transit. So I think we need much stronger language in that section.
Komeya,
Just comment here. Could you explain VV4? I used to know TDA, but that just eludes me.
So VV4 was brought up in a previous meeting where this concept of the population basis of what is it, the 99,313 money is such that it's based on 1970s census data. There's been a recommendation to update that. And given that this came from task force members in past meetings, we put this forward as a recommendation using language that addressed the possible concern that would shift revenues around year to year substantially between counties. So this is where that comes from, and is tied to things like FTA generally updates on census data. The TDA does not right now.
Chad, is it counties or regions? I think it's regions, isn't it? Like,
I think it's like counties in.
It's the basis of many of the RTPAs are county defined, so I guess I'm using that shorthand population by county, which then goes into regions in some cases. Yes.
Well, so I guess okay, so I get the need to update the population, but why would we constrain that review by saying, ensuring that no decline in revenue year over year? What's that about?
Given
How do you balance that?
given that the numbers were last updated in the 70s, and our state's population has shifted substantially since then, a 1-year adjustment to say the 2020 census would result in a real significant shift in the revenues distributed both among agencies and among the regions. So this is an attempt to introduce sort of a hold harmless position where you would not see potentially growth, but then it would start rebalancing towards year over year the newer numbers, and it would be the responsibility of the implementing at the state to make sure that it gradually tracks to a more reasonable distribution. But that was one of the concerns that was raised, that updating it would really substantially change certain agencies' revenue picture. It'd be like pulling the rug out from under them, essentially.
So we're not going to hold to the population assignment. We're just gonna. I'm still confused.
There's some general growth any year of the money
Yes.
as the increase. Use that to start rebalancing towards the target instead of pushing it all at once.
All right. I'd like to maybe talk offline about that because don't want to take time to.
Let's go
grow
to
my-
Laurelmo, Luna, and Amy Hance.
Laurel Molina, our CTC. A couple of comments. You have on here that LCF is distributed by population. LCF is the state sales tax, and that's distributed by it's a return to revenue source. And I think that might actually tie, well, so VV4, from what I understand, population numbers are based on the Department of Finance numbers from the prior year. I'm not familiar with it being dated from the 70s. So I think clarification on that one is definitely needed. And I would just like some clarification. If I understand the strategy for simplifying reporting requirements, it sounds like it's not necessarily implying, because the reporting currently for TDA is actually very simple. It's just submitting the annual audits to the SEO for each transit operator. So is there additional reporting that we're trying to add there? I thought that's what I heard, but I'm not quite sure what we mean by that. And how much more simplified it needs to be.
I think not so much just on the annual audits, but actually pulling together potential materials and some of those performance measures. It's not just the SEO reporting requirement, but looking at sort of getting that all together and even into the sort of audit scope. And some of the, we receive feedback that, putting that all together at the agency level may be more difficult. So we wanted to capture that as a concept to move forward.
Okay, so for like UU3, for example, where it says that, we would want to publish information on usages of TDA funds within agencies, is that by project level at the transit agency?
Yeah, that's not actually standardized and collected in one place and like published. Like, where did your TDA go is not something that is it's answerable in any individual audit or at any individual agency level, but it's not answerable at the aggregate level. So asking the SEO and Caltrans to address that would allow people to say this is what the TDA has done.
Okay.
So we have Amy Hance, Eli Littman, and then Alex Bockelman.
So Amy Hance with Clovis Transit. I had the same comment as Laurel about the population. It was my understanding that it was updated, so I am generally confused on that too and looking forward to some clarification. But I think I understand the concept that if we did a massive shift, we all have 5, 10, 15, 20-year plans, and then all of a sudden you're going to lose $50 million or gain $50 million, it could cause confusion. So that would have to be phased in. I think that's where you were going with that. Yeah. And then I also want to lend my voice to some sort of radical update to unmet needs. I think scrapping it completely is going to be tough, but I will tell you, we go through this process. It is a complete waste of time. We end up in the same place every time. We do like getting feedback from our community. That part is valuable, but we start in the same place and we end up in the same place year over year. And if there needs to be some sort of monitored, documented feedback on where we have gaps in service, I think there's a better way to do it. I don't know exactly what that looks like, but I support some sort of flipping that thing on its head.
Thank you, Amy. And just for kind of a cumulative record here, it sounds like on VV4, there's a desire to have more information on that. So I'm going to recommend we come back to the committee with that further information before we take any action on that one. But we will come back in another meeting with that unless people are, I think that's what I'm hearing. Let me go on to Eli, Alex, and then Laura Tolkoff.
Yeah, Eli Littman, Move LA. I mean, what I'm hearing is that the unmet needs just doesn't work. Like, why are we keeping something that doesn't work? It doesn't work for transit agencies who kind of see it as a headache. It doesn't work for, funding transit, which is what we're trying to do here and transform transit. And then, I just think, I think it's kind of absolutely kind of ridiculous in the same way that we haven't increased the federal minimum wage in decades because we just can't, because it will cause this huge disruption to the system when we have people earning literally $7 an hour or less. I don't even know what it is. And so we're just saying, well, we don't want to rock the boat too much, even though we haven't updated this in 55 years. I mean, the population of California was half the size 55 years ago. It just doesn't seem like it's making sense. What I think our mission and our vision for this task force is to transform the way that we fund transit. And so that's identifying a lot of new resources instead of this incremental approach of like, well, let's kind of shave things around the edge because that's the way we've always done it. Like, no, I think, you know, we should change it so it reflects current populations, but we should also give, you know, Bob we should give Bart a hell of a lot more money from some other source. And that's what we're talking about in this other.
I'll second that motion.
Okay. Right. So that, you know, it
Madam
isn't
Clerk,
as
can we go to the vote?
It isn't as disruptive. Bart doesn't get TDA funds, but I don't want to give him any of the funds, but like we are talking about a disruption. So let's be disruptive in the recommendations that we make. That's my opinion, and that's why I'm serving on this august task force. Thank you.
Okay, so I've got Alex Bockelman, Laura Tolkoff, and those are next.
I guess I'll also third the giving Bart a lot of money. But anyways, I wasn't sure I understood VV2. If I take it and marry it with Eli's comment, ensure processes to distribute and use funding are consistent with transformational goals. It almost sounds like I'm just going to take TDA and I'm just going to move it all around the state to wherever I want it. I know that's not what this means, but it's so broad. I just don't understand what it means. I understand the EG part, but that doesn't, there's pretty specific rules about how TDA has to be allocated and where it goes. So I guess I'm just having a hard time understanding what you mean by VV2.
Yeah.
And before you answer that, I absolutely also agree that the unmet needs to be overhauled or repealed or something. So
To go back to VV2, I think this was broadly talking about the challenges where funding that we have already actually identified, stuff like LCTOP and TDA's incentives can often work against each other, and that's something we've heard directly from interviews and discussions with our technical working group, and aiming that, you know, those sort of incentives and the processes are not, and just sort of going through whether it's, you know, getting dinged in a triennial audit for things you're doing in LC Top with fundings has been a thing we were reporting on. So putting together a concept that kind of said, trying to make sure that we line up all of the different forms of funding and make sure that one program is not fighting another program's goals, was a concept we wanted to have. But obviously there's a lot of detail in like working across all the different program guidelines and oversight requirements to make sure that they work harmoniously. But we have heard a lot from specifically agencies that newer programs and TDA are often at odds with each other, and wanted to make sure that that was represented somewhere in these recommendations.
okay, so maybe it's just making sure that there's alignment across the programs with the goals. But again, when I see to distribute funding,
Yeah.
it makes it seem like there's a lot more going on in that point than what you just said.
I think we can make that change.
Sorry, I'd like to suggest on V3, or maybe it needs to be an additional amend or change to have some oversight from Caltrans on this, or not collection of data, just enforcement of this. Because you know, when I started doing research on unmet needs, the only way that I could identify any unmet needs was to go to each individual transit agency's unmet needs hearing, which was pretty opaque. There was nowhere where I could find that data. So I think, you know, it's not just you know, revisiting or removing unmet needs. Well, that would actually be the cleanest way to do it. Then Caltrans wouldn't have to distribute it all. I do think I want to impress upon folks here that like in the next couple of months before October, like I really do believe our role is to like come to some sort of agreement here, right? Where we actually update our population numbers and it reflects the fact that Southern California has way more people than it did 55 years ago, and that's going to be more money comes to Southern California. We have to be honest about that and stop sort of going around the bush, but we need some other source of funding. If it's a road user charge, or if it's a corporate tax, or if it's a tax on high wealth folks, which may mean that folks in the Bay Area might pay more because you have a higher concentration of one or the other. So we have to come to some negotiate some agreement here where we find more revenue sources for everybody so that everybody achieves that. But I think we should also just be like frank with ourselves about where we are. I'm not suggesting any changes here, but I do think that we need to have some time in the future where we can actually sort of say hash this out and say, okay, there's going to be some shifts, but I think the idea of having something where revenues aren't declining year over year is an important North Star to achieve.
Okay, thank you. Let's get back to the list we've got here. Laura Tolkoff, then Laurel Moluna, followed by Michael Turner.
Thank you. Under the set of recommendations under strategy VV, there's two things that I've been thinking about. One is that if we're talking about long-term funding, I think we should be thinking about the reauthorization of cap and trade as an opportunity to secure additional funding for transit and especially for transit operations, and to be creating more flexibility within existing programs for transit operations. And so I would like to, I don't know if this is a motion, I would like to make a motion to add a recommendation that speaks to the cap and trade reauthorization. And then secondly.
It's already on the list.
Oh, where is that? PV, where is it?
It would,
Oh, next one. Oh, never mind, sorry. So I think then my other comment is also a little bit more general insofar as speaking to the need for new money and aligning some of the incentives, which will come in the next section. But I think the AB 285 report showed that only 2% of transportation dollars in the state are aligned with our climate goals by statute. And so I think it would be one of the ways to kind of really be bringing additional funding into the system is to kind of take a look at all of our transportation dollars and see how they can be more aligned with our state goals.
Thank you. Let's go on to Laurel and then Michael.
Thank you. Laurel Moluna, RCTC. A couple of things, just really quick on VV2. I would actually recommend that we just remove VV2. I don't think it's necessary because TDA was already established and it had a specific legislative intent. But I think if we add in the additional goals that we've developed from this task force, that it can conflict with that. I think it's just it's redundant and it's duplicative in many ways. I don't think it's necessary. I also want to get back to the unmet needs hearing and offer two different perspectives. So the unmet needs hearing, there is flexibility at the regional level for the RTPAs to decide how TDA LTF funds are used and if an unmet needs hearing is needed, and an unmet needs hearing is needed when it's used for local streets and roads. So on one hand, and I'll give you the example, so in Riverside County, we haven't used LTF for local streets and roads for nearly 20 years. So at the regional level, there is that opportunity where an RTPA can decide that just by policy that they don't feel the need to do that. And when it was used, though, I will say that it was used and it was used in, it was used for local streets and roads, and it was used it was used like in the city of Blythe in like very rural areas. So it was used for those purposes because it was very much needed. And I would just caution that if we take that away from areas that, in very rural areas that need that type of funding, and they might be using it for active transportation type improvements, that we don't want to just kind of shift the impact
and shift the problem. And I know we've heard it. I've heard it more in this committee about the process and the problems with unmet transit needs, but we haven't quantified it yet. So I don't know how much it is. And I think we should know that before we just make that recommendation.
Michael?
I think somewhat consistent with what Laurel just said, but I think just in terms of the context of this report, these are recommendations that we are submitting. And there are stakeholders around a lot of these other issues that are still going to weigh in on things as we submit this report to the legislature. And so on the unmet needs issue, for example, there are cities in my county that avail themselves of this opportunity. And they may have objections with this and can speak up on it. But I think it's fine to keep this, but I think it's important to recognize that the concerns Laurel was just mentioning exist. You know, they are things that my county or cities in my county have utilized most recently, I think in the more rural areas. But this is a recommendation. I think I know a lot of transit agencies want to pursue it. I think it's okay to keep it on here, but I just want to recognize that there are other stakeholders that will have input into this.
Okay, so right now I am hearing, we talked previously about it sounds like the task force has some consensus around revisiting VV4 later with more information. I heard a recommendation that VV2 it wasn't necessary, and I would observe that some of the WW incentive alignment gets at some of those same issues in the sense that it tells us to address the difference, the things within certain funding programs of the state that interact with TDA in a conflicting way. And so some of that gets addressed in the WW section. I guess I think we're getting close to where we need to figure out which of these we're moving forward on. I see Juan Matute raised his card, and then after that, I'd like to see if we have a consensus to move some of these forward.
Sorry, I was out, so I may have missed discussion pertaining to UU2 with UU2, yeah, with Bono. So when I look at the SB 125 law, section F, well, whatever, F4, but there's other things, says one of the things that we're reporting on or issuing a report on is reforming the Transportation Development Act of Part 11 Division, including but not limited to replacing the fare box recovery ratios and efficiency criteria with performance metrics that better measure transit operations. And so UU2 is establish a working group with statutory deadlines for draft and final performance metrics and performance measures. That includes regions, transit agencies, state agencies to be updated every 4 years in lieu of fare box recovery and cost inflation penalties. I think when we submit a report to the legislature that includes UU2, they're going to be confused and they're going to say, wasn't that what we asked you to do? And so if that is what you want from TDA reform from this group is just essentially to punt and see where the political process is going to lead things, maybe we shouldn't have any more meetings. Maybe we should just punt. But I do think that some of these metrics should be considered in advance of the report and not punted to a working group, because I think we are that working group. We're called the task force, and it would be nice if we, at least with this issue, were able to deal with these within the context of what we were asked to do by the legislature.
I think appreciate the comment. I think the intent is slightly different. We looked at a lot of the models and suggestions and the feedback we got about TDA in our 2 prior sessions, including on the metrics, and saw that there's one, sort of change over time in those ideal metrics, and have seen In other areas where the legislature has asked for a uniform set of standards, most notably in the uniform rail performance standards for the rail JPAs, it's helpful to have a statutory mandated process of establishing it using a collective governance mechanism. And leaning hard on that suggestion of we're actually proposing changing this governance and working towards that and having these be the stakeholders involved and giving them those statutory deadlines is what is kind of the proposal on the table. If the task force feels strongly that there are specific metrics we need to come out and endorse, we're welcome to hear that feedback. I will say during our previous metrics conversation, I certainly in my notes did not have everyone in strong alignment or agreement on what those might be. So, we are trying to aim to getting to a process that gets us to that reform and gives all the voices in the room that need to be there a seat at the table.
And just to add to that, again, like when we've done this in other settings, the process for revisiting it is one that doesn't have to go back through statutory process. It's one where you can reopen it with a group of stakeholders and publish modifications on a periodic timeframe.
So I would suggest that we probably in a future meeting spend a lot of effort figuring out how to expand on UU2 and coming up with what this group thinks should be the plan for that, with some very precise ideas of who would be on it, what realm of metrics they would look at, what the goals would be. Because this looks like a punt. And I get that we're not in agreement about some things and that there's going to be a punt on a few things. We're not going to all score touchdowns with every element of what's needed to transform transit. But this is one of the things that the legislature has been putting a lot of transit related bills on hold for because they are seeking comprehensive TDA reform. And if the result of this process that the state invested $2 billion in SB 125 programs in order to kickstart a process of TDA reform so that they would have more certainty over a future infusion of funding going towards some of these goals of increasing ridership and improving user experience. If we're saying, no, that's not us, that's some future group, we really need to put a lot of definition around what that is, because I think that's a big ask of the legislature at a time where we are once again hitting the fiscal cliff for some of the agencies, but not all of the agencies in California.
This has more to do with
Thank you, Juan. We have a card up from Ian Griffiths.
I just wanted to strongly agree with Member Matute, and I really support. It does feel like this is punting this issue in my mind as well. I think that's going to be how it's interpreted, even though that's not the intent. And we should invest the time, during the rest of the task force in providing at least some parameters around, even if we do approve UU2 and create these working groups, I think we have to provide some clearer direction on what, perhaps a clear statement about the removal of fare box recovery as one of the as the only metric, but that what that would actually get replaced with. And even though that's going to be difficult to come to some kind of agreement there, I think it is worth doing, and this is the right set of stakeholders to do that. And I think that it has to do with this is ultimately about the reputation of the task force and whether we are delivering upon what is expected of us. And I think this is really an important one because it's been called out so specifically.
So it looks like comment is completed at this point. Do I have anybody that would like to move some or all of the items? I have up at this point recommended the revisiting of VV4 and VV4 and the VV2 removed. And so if there's anybody that motioned something that included that, I would be open to that.
Well, I mean, Michael commented on the unmet needs process, and I don't know if that was necessarily addressed.
Do we want to revisit? I mean, the unmet needs
Well-
thing here right now doesn't change it as much as it doesn't change it much. It says to amend it so that you meet localized targets rather than a findings-based hearing. So it's not,
Well, I feel like we should just get rid of it altogether.
get rid of all unmet needs altogether.
I mean, I don't know, Michael didn't say that per se, but yeah, I mean, look, we're here to improve transit operations, and if we're not saying all the money that was intended for transit is not available to transit, then it feels like we're a little bit not doing what we're supposed to do. And I know it won't be popular.
We'd be open to a motion to amend any of these if that's presented. So far, we don't have a motion on any of
Okay,
this.
well, sure, then I will make the motion to just eliminate the unmet needs process so that all the funding goes towards transit.
Second that motion. Laura Tolkoff.
Second from Laura Tolkoff.
Give staff a second to put it up on the board.
I think that needs to go in the other column there in terms of what we're changing.
Yeah, that should just read eliminate the unmet transit needs process. And then point blank.
To ensure.
To ensure that the money is spent on transit.
Yeah.
Frankly, to require that the money is spent on transit with that one.
All right, so I believe we have a motion and a second on just item VV3 right now. And I would like to see if we can call the roll.
Mr.
All
Chair,
right.
I would suggest we take a discussion first before you call the roll, so we don't run into somebody wondering, because this is just a motion I just got launched.
Okay.
So I wonder if we have
Yeah.
other ideas about this. And now, since I have the mic, I do have, my sense of the unmet needs process. I think it's a little bit of a conundrum because the reason we're here is because transit generally is an unmet need. And so to suggest that we have a process we will go through on a perfunctory basis that would then lead to resources being taken away from transit, I think it's a very interesting place to be. And I would dare say most of the time, the unmet need is not so much that there is an unmet transit need, it's because there isn't enough resources, even with what's left, to meet the transit need. So I think that's what we're missing here is what's left in the LTF funding that you have at the end of Article 8 is not enough to meet the transit need anyway. And so it wouldn't be the best investment at that point. So then you have an overriding consideration basically that leads to that. I mean, that's the general tenor of what I had seen in my experience. So I find this to be a very interesting conversation about unmet needs.
Okay, I will amend then my proposal to eliminate the unmet transit needs process to require money to go to transit unless there's no transit system in that area. Then yeah.
So did I have I guess a friendly amendment to the original motion here? Is the author
He's the
making,
maker,
you're
yeah.
you made the original motion, right? So you're amending you're amending your motion, Kate? Yeah.
Can I offer a friendly amendment? If we're being transformational and we're reforming TDA, why wouldn't you, to require money is spent on transit, and if there's no transit system in that area, the money can be redirected somewhere else.
I
in
mean,
the
that
state.
would be, I mean, that would be my ideal thing, but I know that, and I'm glad with that. Yeah, no, I support that. I'm thinking about the whole return to source argument, you know, but I'm good with Alex's amendment.
Do we want to call on the friendly amendment first?
We can consider the friendly amendment here if there's a second. Is that? Pardon? Oh, if she accepted it? I'm sorry.
I will second that. And the
Okay.
reason I'm doing that is because our position is that there is more than enough resources for roadways and freeways coming from the federal government and from the state government. Not more than enough, but there are resources, and this should be for public transportation. And so that's our position.
All right. I'm
seconding it. Yeah.
Okay, so I believe now we have the friendly amendment, which is what needs to be called right now, and that's going to either go up or down. And if it goes up, it will be as is, and if it goes down, we'll go back to Kate's version.
Okay, so let's go ahead and call the roll on the friendly amendment as it's on the screen right now.
Great. So we're calling we're calling the roll for the friendly amendment made by Bockelman and seconded by Lippman for item VV3 as written on the screen.
Just to provide a quick clarification before the vote, if this passes as is, we will not consider the original amendment. It will pass as is the recommendation. And if it fails, it will go back to the original Miller proposal. And then consider that for a vote.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and call the roll. Ajise?
Aye.
Barnes, absent. Bockelman? Aye. Edison?
Abstain.
Griffiths?
Yes.
Hance?
Yes.
Lindsay?
Yes.
Lippman?
Yes.
Matute?
Yes.
Miller?
Yes.
Mo Luna?
Abstain.
Murphy?
Yes.
Paget Seekins?
Yes.
Pimentel?
Abstain.
Powers?
Yes.
Tolkoff?
Yes.
Turner?
I'm going to abstain on this.
Watkins?
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right.
Oh, we got 13, right? 1, 2.
Yeah. 13 and 17. Yeah, motion. By the skin. Okay, that's our recommendation. So let's go consider the rest of with the remove and revisit.
Okay, so I have the rest of the items here that are still up for potential motion. These would be the items under strategy UU, item VV1, the removal of item VV2, the revisiting of item VV4, and then the WW items. Those are the ones that are still up for consideration. Do I have a motion to either move those as I just stated, or do I not? I was saying the UU 1 through 4, VV1, removal of VV2, revisiting of VV4, and then the WW items.
I'll move that.
Who is that?
Second.
Who moved?
Wait, why are you getting the revisit? Oh, sorry. Never mind. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, quick process check. Who made that motion? Miller, okay. And then Pimentel seconded.
Can we have call the roll?
Right, and so this is to approve all of UU 1, 2, 3, and 4. VV1, remove VV2, and revisit VV4.
And then
correct?
also the WW 1 through 4.
And approve WW 1 through 4.
Yes.
Clarification, when we're talking about TDA here, we're mostly thinking LTF, not STA. TDA does have both.
When we talk about TDA, we're talking about both,
Okay,
not just LTF.
everybody gets that. We're talking about both.
The TDA is inclusive of STA as well as LTF.
That's what I mean. I
Yes.
just want to make sure
Yes, it's inclusive, not.
that's what everybody's assuming, because I know most folks are thinking LTF, and that's where most of the action is on TDA.
Yeah, comment? Yes, one.
I would like to make a substitute motion that changes this, but tables UU2. For future consideration, a more detailed version of this that would have something more precise for a future meeting.
Any chance we can vote on the original without the revisit?
I
No,
would like to
there's no.
second once the substitute
Okay.
motion.
So I believe the substitute motion is on the table. Is that correct? Okay,
Yes.
so
Yes, the substitute motion is on the table made by Matute, seconded by Griffiths. And that was just to confirm to remove everything the same except remove UU2.
revisit. Yeah.
Revisit?
Yes.
Revisit at a future meeting UU2.
I'd rather come back with revisiting. Yeah, we can come back with revisiting if that's helpful here. We can also do that during the level 2, kind of review, but I'd be comfortable putting this forward with a revisit.
Okay. Well, call the roll. So this is the substitute motion by Matute. Griffiths. Okay, Ajise.
Aye.
Barnes, absent. Bockelman.
Aye.
Edison.
Aye.
Griffiths.
Aye.
Hance.
Yes.
Lindsay.
Yes.
Lipman.
Aye.
Matute.
Yes.
Miller.
Yes.
Moluna.
Abstain.
Murphy.
Aye.
Paget Seekins.
Yes.
Pimentel.
Aye.
Powers.
Yes.
Polkoff.
Yes.
Turner.
Aye.
Watkins.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, thank you. I believe this brings us to the close of item 4 on the agenda. We are now ready for a staff report, discussion, and possible action on recommendations for additional funding needs and revenue generation. I will have the staff report go forward, then we'll have public comment, and then we'll have discussion and possible action on that report. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Good afternoon, folks. This is an item I know that has been much requested by members of this task force on the additional funding need and revenue generation. We structured it sort of with in response to two broad items within SB 125. The first being the cost to maintain, operate, and provide for the future growth of transit systems, and then further options for new revenue sources. So again, trying to split that in half was how we structured this report that you have in front of you. As you can see in where we are in sort of current costs to operate and maintain, as has been much discussed, there is an acute fiscal crisis at several agencies across the state. that is, really present in the next, couple fiscal years. You can see much more detailed analysis of that, mostly within the MTC and regional reports from SFMTA, Caltrain, and BART, but I will also mention that Metrolink as well is facing that as another agency that was heavily farebox recovery dependent. So those are sort of your immediate agencies that are facing very acute funding challenges. In a midterm and longer term approach, you will see that costs are continuing to rise. This is been a real challenge across the board, and then also the amount of service provided continues to does not rise in proportion with costs. This is not necessarily the fault of transit agencies. This is really something being driven primarily by more sectoral factors, including changes in underlying infrastructure. We see challenges with vehicle speed and operation, and then also broader challenges that mentioned this task force, such as insurance-related materials. There is a really this also is sort of brings up what we tried to elucidate in pages 3 and 4 of the staff report, is that if there is a transit fiscal cliff and there's sort of a death spiral, associated with cutting service, results in less ridership, results in it makes it harder to provide service. There is also room for optimism. That is to say, more service results, for every, based on studies from elsewhere, for every percentage increase in service, you see a 2% increase in ridership. So basically, you'll see both things can be true. Cutting service results in reduced ridership, but adding service and increasing the speed of said service results in more ridership. So there's definitely reason for optimism. And that's sort of informed how we approach generating some scenarios for you all to consider on those operate and maintain. So that's going to start with Exhibit 4, and that's on page number 6. So these are broad brush assumptions. I would defer certainly to the regions and the local agencies for the more detailed, individual approaches to where, potential operating expenditures will be for any given agency. This is trying to look at some broad brush trends and look at some possible scenarios. Obviously, the amount we spend on operating in 10 years is going to be very dependent on the amount that is budgeted and allocated and raised to do so. So scenario A is an assumption that vehicle revenue is that service grows at a much higher rate, but also that the efficiency, basically the cost of running that service per vehicle revenue hour, the dollar per vehicle revenue hour, continues to grow at the exact same rate as today. So that would suggest that there's a lot more service out there, and there is a lot more money being spent on said service out there. Scenario B suggests that we have about a 3% increase in 3% per year increase in vehicle revenue hours put out by agencies across the board, and that we have the same consistent 2012 to 2019 cost changes. This again sort of shows you that you'll end up with about the potential cost of OPEX in that scenario would be about $13.5 billion. If we fixed the amount of vehicle revenue hours that was deployed, that is to say, it would stay consistent at our 2023 levels, and we continued to, we put out the exact amount of service in terms of hours, you would see that in the total cost would be $10.4 billion in 2035. These are all in 2025 dollars. And then finally, there is the question of if we kept the amount of vehicle revenue hours that we currently have, but we're able to lower the cost of vehicle maintenance and vehicle service, which is to say we deliver the same service, but by delivering it faster, as in we get buses and vehicles traveling faster and lower maintenance costs and make some of those reforms, you would actually see a decline in the amount of OPEX that is spent across California. So this is obviously not revenue being generated. This does not account for fares. This is kind of just to illustrate some of the tensions and trade-offs in how operating spending could go. Getting to the even harder to estimate part of the portfolio, we have the estimated capital cost expenditures. So again, scenarios A through D, sort of A being both sort of high increase in expenditures due to trying to support service expansion and meeting potential goals, and also higher incremental zero emission bus mandates. So to look at it again, we kind of broke out these scenarios into A, B, C, and D. Scenario A, again, looks at we're spending 6.1% more per year going forward for the next 10 years. And it says, and it suggests actually a decline in the incremental cost of a zero emission vehicle, zero emission bus being one of the key drivers. And this is being responsive to the legislation on trying to show the cost of new mandates. So this suggests that in 2035, we would be spending $11.2 billion per year in capital construction costs, which is about double what it has been per year in the last decade or so. If we look at scenario B, looking at the growth that we had sort of in the pre-COVID time period, which was 4.3%, and we have that same decline, that ends up with about $9.1 billion. If you look in scenario C, this is saying that we continue to have our same pre-COVID growth in capital construction cost expenditures, which was 4.3% per year, and we assume that zero emission vehicle costs reach parity, basically cost as much to replace as current diesel and CNG buses. Your annual capex would be about $8.9 billion. This is quite close to scenario B, suggesting that while for individual transit agencies, the cost of the ICT mandate can be extremely high as it looks at the overall expenditures of transit across the board, it's a relatively lower percentage of that, or at least the incremental difference between zero emission buses and non-zero emission ones. And then finally, if we were able to, if we had a 15% overall increase, so basically in capital construction costs due to potentially trying to make some of those reforms and delivering things faster and cheaper, and we have that reaching parity, we would see it would cost around $3.6 billion per year in the capital program. Obviously, the amount of money we spend on capital in the year 2035 will very much be dependent on how much is allocated to that by different programs. These are just scenarios to illustrate what different amounts of dollars would potentially get you. Obviously, many, many different variables in play. Going over to the total scenario table in page 9, you can kind of see the different look aheads to the 2035 period, which shows total expenditures on transit being anywhere between $10 billion, $11.1 billion and $29.7 billion. So all of this is to say there is substantial variability, uncertainty, and a desired target is something that this task force really should opine on and comment on, and this is what we're hoping to get feedback on the staff report for, is what are we actually shooting for? This is an attempt to throw some numbers on what are some of the scenario ranges, what are some rough order of magnitude look aheads at what might be necessary in scenarios that are both ambitious and pessimistic about our ability to manage things, pessimistic and show scenarios that show both pessimism and optimism towards the future, but also truly try to point us in the direction of all the scenarios are an attempt to meet our goals, but really show the importance of delivering a transit that is more efficient in terms of more service out there, while also supporting that with more revenue. To flip onto that more revenue question, you'll see page 10, and I apologize, I know this is a pretty meaty report. We looked at in Task Force Meeting 8 that meeting these goals, meeting our ambitions, really requires new sources of revenue. So Section B really talks on what are those further options for new revenue sources. So the first is certainly government sources of funds, and this really touches on everything from LTF, vehicle titling fees, the gas tax, any potential road user charge, existing highway trust funds dollar, well, that will be talked about in sex. A large source of uncertainty on government sources of funds will be the GGRF. So I do want to point out that that is up for reauthorization, and the administration has just, entered negotiations in the intent to renegotiate into reauthorizing that. I expect significant discussion from this group on any recommendations we may be making on the GGRF. The next large source of new revenue sources is, fare and other roadway revenue. So obviously, as I kind of talked about and you saw in the earlier section of the report, decreases in service and decreases in the speed of service result in lower ridership and higher costs. Increases in the speed of service and increases in the amount of service result in lower costs and higher ridership and more fare revenue. So this is really, one area where new revenue sources will grow is by providing better services. We should see higher ridership and will actually capture more revenue that way, and a greater proportion of overall budgets being served by those revenues. Another possible source of new revenue, as discussed in a previous task force meeting, is value capture, property and related activities. I want to highlight here that currently the state vests significant property rights, mostly in the form of density bonus in areas near high quality transit, but makes it hard for those transit agencies to support the operational pattern that makes high quality transit. So that is one significant challenge, but the legislature has already linked and the administration has really linked those concepts together, but we are actually seeing areas where high quality transit is not able to be provided because the agency does not have enough resources to run the service necessary to meet those targets. So that is one thing that we have observed. There are other smaller revenue sources that can grow over time, which is smaller stuff such as sponsorships and partnerships, private charters, and other right-of-way leasing, although that was identified as a small potential source in a prior meeting. And then finally, in the stuff that has been discussed before would be the reallocation of other revenues, which could be done on a temporary or permanent basis, depending on the task force. The task force could recommend either, but this touches on what is eligible for transfer, that section. Finally, there were a couple other ones that the task force asked us to bring forward as potential options. And so this is a very wide menu, but the task force in its previous meeting asked for analyses of personal income taxes, where you will see generating an additional 10% for transit funding would require an additional 1% of those revenues being dedicated to transit or across the board. So basically you'd have, if you want to generate 1.25 billion, a 1%, 10% increase for the overall transit budget, you would have to dedicate 1% of those overall measures from all other sources. The other one that was asked for analysis was corporate tax. You can see a breakdown in that section on page 12 on how much is currently generated by that, and how much would require, how much additional revenue would be required and dedicated to transit to put an additional 1.25 billion per annum in transit agency hands, and then finally payroll taxes as well. So long and kind of detailed staff report, and it's a meaty topic. So kind of wanted to give a roadmap for some possible actions for the task force to consider. So this is on the final page. Our recommendation is that the task force recommend actions both on 3 timescales: what to do in the near term, what to do in the midterm, and what to do in the long term. This is on top of sort of giving us feedback and guidance on the report. In the near term, this would be what recommended sources should be considered for stabilizing agencies' fiscal cliff. In the midterm, we kind of think of this as what money would need to be invested, where would money for transit transformation come from, if you will, what sources are those, and how long would that be? And then finally, in the longer term, it was mentioned in our opening presentation that the financial model of a couple transit agencies was very dependent on the 9-to-5 commute, which was very much true. And it's what is the new financial model that we should be looking for in transit agencies. So while there's a time horizon on those years, I think it's more trying to put at what are sort of things that are needed to do for investment, really kickstarting better services, kickstarting this transit transformation, kickstarting all these items that we've brought forward and had discussion on. And the longer term one being, how do we have operational sustainability for transit, including government sources of funds, but basically make sure that the books balance at the end of every year. So this is a meaty report. I know we will have a lot of questions about it. That's an attempt to structure the discussion, but I know this is going to be a large topic, so we'll go to public comment before that.
Yes, let's please go to public comment and then we'll get to the task force discussion.
Thank you very much. We will now have an opportunity to take public comment on this item. Our public comment consists of public comment in the room and public comment on Zoom, and the time is limited to 2 minutes per speaker. Is there anyone in the room who would like to make a public comment on this topic? Seeing none in the room, Rachel, is there anyone on Zoom who would like to make a public comment?
Yes, we have a few raised hands. The first public comment is Andrea. As a reminder, you have 2 minutes. I'll provide you with a 20-second warning verbally and let you know when the 2 minutes is up. Feel free to introduce yourself if you'd like. I'll go ahead and allow you to unmute now.
Hi, my name is Andrea Horbinski. I'm a volunteer with the Transbay Coalition, a group of organizations and individuals in the Bay Area. We want long-term sustainable transit. I'm encouraged by the summary of the report, and I want to encourage the task force to keep in mind the state needs to step up and fix the long-term underfunding of transit service. I really want to encourage the task force to recommend large new sources of revenue, the high income earner tax, corporate and payroll taxes. All of those should be on the table. The state of California underfunds transit compared to comparable services, and there should be plans to transition declining gas tax to road user fees in ways that support funding for transit service rather than just plowing them back into highways, which don't match the state's climate goals. And as we all know, traffic is getting worse and worse. So I think, yeah, that is one thing I want to say. Another thing, I want to encourage the task force to support existing sources, including renewing the cap and trade greenhouse gas reduction fund. And also perhaps consider transitioning proposal to transition diesel sales taxes, ensure that's replaced by a road charge and other source. Yeah, just, you know, we need the task force to recommend bold action and you know, model transit service with access and speed goals to increasing ridership and shift drivers to transit. You know, as the report summary said, you know, good service generates good ridership.
20 seconds remaining.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll move on to our next public comment. Adina, I'll go ahead and allow you to unmute now.
Yeah, Adina Levin with Seamless Bay Area wanted to support the comments from the previous speaker, both supporting the existing sources, including renewing the cap and trade GGRF and enabling that to better support transit operations and transitioning to replace the declining gas tax with a road user fee in a way that supports funding transit operations, and very much to make sure to include in the recommendations new sources, including a high earner income tax or corporate or payroll taxes. These are things that may not be achievable immediately, but making recommendations to the legislature that may need some time is a really good use of this task force to match funding recommendations with the needs and goals of the state to shift mode to public transportation in order to be able to achieve the state's climate goals as well as housing and equity goals. Thanks.
Thank you. We'll move on to our next public comment, Eric, and I'll go ahead and unmute you now.
Yes, thank you very much. And thank you for the be able to provide a public comment. My name is Eric DeHate. I just had a question about some of the other illustrative scenarios. The SB 125 was really successful when it also became partially formula funded. Hopefully that with the examples that are shown here, that there is an opportunity also for TERSIP and continuation of ZSIP to also be a formula going forward as well. It was a great help for many operators within the county, Riverside County. So those are my only comments. I definitely appreciate the conversation on this.
Thank you. And there are no more raised hands, so I'll hand it back to Hillary.
Thank you very much, Rachel. And this concludes public comment on this section. I'll hand it back over to the chair.
Thank you, Hillary. At this point, I'd like to take comment on the staff report and in reflecting on some of the comments we just heard from the public. Let's have some discussion about this report and see if there's any actions we want to take based on it. I'll first go to Kate Miller and then to Michael Pimentel.
Thank you. I'm going to preface recommendations or suggestions for potential new revenue sources with just that, showing our diminishing efficiencies and eroding revenues, largely a lot of it caused by traffic. It's certainly an argument for bus-only lanes and for transit first policies in our central cities, and an argument for leaning in on transit-oriented development. In terms of addressing the shift in the way we travel, there is some indication that commuting to the central city is coming back a little bit. Probably will never come back to at the levels that we saw prior to the pandemic. It's going to be very challenging to deal or to respond to midday errand running, which is mostly what's at least happening in the city of Napa. People are working, and then at lunchtime, the VMT that we lost on commuting is happening with people doing their midday errands. This would be very unpopular, but I'm going to throw it out there anyway. I know that the state does not have oversight over developer mitigation fees, but they could condition gas tax on making or incentivizing somehow cities to include in their developer mitigation fees funding for transit. And that I was going to make a bad joke about tariffs, but I'll leave that.
Okay, let's go to Michael Pimentel and then Laurel Paget-Seekins and then Ian Griffiths.
All right, and folks, thank you. Michael Pimentel, California Transit Association. A few things, some questions, some observations embedded in my remarks. First is relative to the 10-year need. I've not done this work myself, but wondering if staff can speak to the extent to which our funding estimates over the next 10 years align with what the CTC has produced under the SB 1121 report. One question on the assumptions front. Did want to also explore if there's any additional information that can be provided on the cost savings, the efficiency savings that we're anticipating on things like ICT and service improvements. Because I'll just note that on the ICT front, we've made an assumption of between now and I believe 2035, 50% decrease in the incremental cost of zero emission buses. I don't know that we have seen anything to suggest that as being a likely path forward at this stage. But certainly if there's data that suggests otherwise, I think it would be helpful to understand that. And then would note that there is some language within this report that makes reference to the rollout plans that were submitted by transit agencies. Those were submitted, I believe, in 2020. And in 2020, obviously, we had the pandemic and there's been some significant supply chain challenges. We've had a number of manufacturers either go out of business or leave the transit industry and no longer are bus manufacturers. All of that has led to higher cost. And so there's an extent to which this report may be underrepresenting the cost of the transition. There may not be much that we can do about that because we've got the data that we've got. But I would just suggest that there should probably be a heavy asterisk around those estimates as being perhaps insufficient for where we are. Would also just flag that when we talk about cost savings for the buses themselves, of course, there are other elements of the ZEV transition that need to be factored in. That would include cost of infrastructure build out, and then also cost of fuel. And so I know that we're working as a state to help bring down things like the cost of hydrogen as a fuel, but concepts and I should say programs like ARCHES have not yet fully gotten underway, nor have they borne fruit. And so those types of things may have operational cost impacts not embedded in our capital cost estimates that we've offered within our reports. And then with regards to fund sources, I would say generally speaking, what's presented here is in alignment with what we've talked about and all valid things for the legislature to contemplate. The one thing I think would be helpful to include as an acknowledgement and a recommendation, even though it's not a state level consideration per se, is the Federal Surface Transportation Reauthorization Bill. That will be up for a new vote, hopefully in 2026. And I think the topic of the day on that is the extent to which, one, there's going to be funding for transit in a robust way generally, but then very specifically, we had somewhat of a one-time infusion of dollars through that program in the advanced appropriations. It is not a foregone conclusion that when we talk about the baseline for new funding in this next authorization, that we're doing the baseline that includes the advanced appropriations. If those monies don't come together, significant haircut in the funding that we'll receive through that program. And so something that I think would be valid for us to be articulating, the state has to have a very active role in that. I know there is a surface transportation reauthorization working group at CALSA and Caltrans helping lead on that front, but we need the legislature to be involved and really articulate the need for robust transit funding as a co-equal voice with all of us stakeholders who are engaged on those matters. And so I'll stop there and would be curious if there are any responses to the two questions.
We'll get back to you on the exact nexus between the 11. I would say we have been in conversation on the 1120 report. They're meeting different needs and statutory requirements. So I would say we had different approaches in how we tried to answer some of these questions. Since 1120 is kind of looking at what is adopted as policy stuff coming out of the RTPs versus given the transformational nature of the task force and the amount of changes that were considered, we thought it would be a more useful exercise to give you all scenarios that can kind of illustrate the trade-offs. We'll get a more detailed answer on that. On the ICF front, right now, again, we're kind of using the baseline being the plans, understanding that those are not perfect, but they are what we have. And then we kind of gave two scenarios, but could obviously look at those being different. But basically, one is basically the incremental costs between ZEV and the incremental cost declining by 50% or the incremental cost matching. Again, not a huge difference between the two of those scenarios. About $200 million in 2035 would be.
Yeah, no, thank you for that. And the one thing I might suggest on the ICT front and estimates, we've been working with CARB on a comprehensive review of the ICT, and that will be before the CARB board this fall. The data that they're collecting is being collected by National Renewable Energy Lab in UC Berkeley. It's fairly robust data based on surveys of agencies, actual procurements. That should show a good trend line of what we're experiencing. So that may be another area to look from.
Absolutely.
Okay, so Laurel, Paget, Seekins, Ian, Juan, and then Laura.
Thanks, Laurel from Public Advocates. Yeah, so in terms of the first bit around the cost to operate, maintain, and provide for the future growth of transit systems for the next 10 years, which was what the statutory requirement was requests, I don't think that this scenario model actually really meets that in terms of really providing, well, in a number of ways, but like it's not really, the scenarios aren't connected to outcomes and what we would achieve in any of those scenarios. It's more sort of, it could be this, which doesn't, I don't think, tell us whether, what is the future growth, whether we're meeting our climate goals or whatever other goals we're trying to set to provide for the future growth of transit systems. It also doesn't get really at the maintenance part particularly, and the capital isn't divided between expansion and maintenance, I think, in the scenarios. And so that seems to be missing, in particular, if we're thinking about like, and I don't think we get to some sort of, you can't just sort of add capital and operating scenarios together as a linear thing, because if you're making some assumptions in, say, operating, we're going to increase service by X amount, then that has to come in the capital side too, of what is the resources needed to buy those buses, do rail expansion, have garages, maintenance, all of that. So it feels a little bit too, I guess, high level to really answer the question that we're trying to answer. And yeah, some of the assumptions I don't exactly understand where they came from. And I don't think I think we should need to be realistic about the cost drivers. For example, we just spent a lot of time talking about paratransit as a major cost. I don't see that going down significant amounts. So I think that the low numbers feel to me like unrealistic, and we shouldn't be putting out low numbers, really low numbers in a report to the legislature suggesting that it would be possible to operate, maintain, and provide for the future great growth of transit systems for the next 10 years, spending less money than we're currently spending today on transit. And then I feel like the whole exercise is missing the sort of last bit, which is, and maybe this is what you're trying to get at, how much we need, how much we're going to have from our existing sources over the next 10 years. So taking into effect, you do have in the report somewhere that like projected loss of $300 million from STA due to the electrification of loss of diesel sales tax. So how much we're projected to get from our existing sources, what is the gap? And then how is it that these new sources can fill it? So I think that sort of model would be really helpful. And finally, I'll just say that I am definitely in support of, new progressive sources of income for transit, and really thinking through, as we think about gas tax replacement, how we can make sure that that money is available for all transit operations as well.
Thank you. Let's go to Ian, Juan, and then Laura Tokoff.
Thank you. Ian Griffiths, several comments. So first, on the scenarios for funding needs, I understand them. I'm a little, I don't believe this is the form in which the report should include an estimate. And I think I'm thinking, and maybe that's not the intent, but I would be very concerned about a graph like this and a table like this going into this final report, because none of these scenarios in my mind maps to what we want the outcome to be. What we want the outcome to be is service levels. We want the service levels of scenario A, which is the only one that is actually achieving our VMT reduction goals. And that is the purpose of this task force, is we're supposed to be figuring out how much service do we need to meet those goals. But it's the efficiencies of D. So it's seeing costs go down, not up. So you've identified a minimum and the maximum of the need, but none of these scenarios says, well, what's the ideal scenario? And I think ultimately I think it's okay to demonstrate that we went through this exercise, but to me, it's a far stronger recommendation coming out of this task force to say, the recommendation is a 6% increase in service levels for the next certain number of years, and a 25% improvement in cost efficiency. And that total, I don't know how many billions that is. We haven't calculated what that is. A very clear and distinct funding need that is a pretty strong case to the legislature, because it shows we're being more efficient with existing resources as a basis for advocating for additional funding. So that would be I would propose that this be built on, and we define what that number is, and that be a much clearer, more specific recommendation coming out of this task force, both on the operating and the capital side. And then we really use that to identify, okay, what are we doing to reduce? If we've set a cost efficiency goal of whatever it is, like, it's a good check to see whether the recommendations that we have in the rest of the task force are actually setting us up to do those things. My second comment is sort of related, and it builds off of, I think, what Laurel began to say or was saying regarding, okay, well, what are the, other than, we've identified the need to increase service, and there's an estimation that that's going to help us to achieve our VMT goals, but we still haven't clearly articulated the access outcomes that will result from that. I would suggest that, a recommendation, I don't know if, I'm assuming there's like a series of recommendations like the ones we've been approving in these other sections related to this item that we're going to see at a future meeting. But one of those recommendations ought to be the same way that the state rail plan has identified a service concept for rail and estimated the capital and operating needs in order to accomplish that, we should do the same for transit. We should develop a model of transit service throughout the state as a basis for validating this estimate. And that's an exercise. It's not to say that's the model that should, we're not doing transit planning for every single place in the state. It's a way of ensuring that that the amount that we've estimated of service that we need provides the access outcomes that we want that's going to build the transit ridership. And I believe there was a transit service strategic plan going on at some point during the state. I don't think it ended up being completed, but this is something that we can do and that would be valuable to do. And it would also link back to our prior conversation about the unmet needs process. So we talked about, well, how do we figure out, there is huge unmet needs in many parts of the state. The TDA process is maybe not the way of figuring out where those are, but if we did have a statewide model of, okay, we should have, like, these are the general levels of service that we should aspire for in order to meet our statewide goals, that's a very clear basis for any county to just check the model and say, oh, well, there's clearly unmet needs in this rural county because we're identifying that there should be hourly bus service here and there isn't any. So there's an unmet need, and we're still, so that would be a recommendation around creating a model to assist to validate this, back that up, and potentially link back to the unmet needs, the need to identify unmet needs throughout the state in a consistent way. Okay, quickly, two other comments. So on the funding sources, I think it's important that I would like us to, first of all, just consider what is the right thing to do here. I think the legislators, it's our job to propose what are the right types of funding sources that meet the needs, that meet, that would be, that are the right policy solutions. I think it's the legislature's job to figure out what's politically viable and what they want to go to bat for. And in my opinion, so we shouldn't be taking things off the table at this point that might seem politically difficult. I think we should say, what are the things that are going to get us, like, so road user charge, for example, is something that I think we should strongly support. Sure, it's politically difficult, but there's a very clear nexus there to the policy goals that we're trying to achieve. And so that's one example of, and the other ones, I think the progressive sources such as a corporate tax and personal income tax would be, things that generate sufficient revenue that are equitable, that you could have. What I would like to see is a set of criteria over which each of these sources are scored against that relate to some of these statewide goals. I'd say equity which should be one of them, and then, again, I'm fine with all of them being recommended, but we could, for the ones that score highest on some of the core priority, we could elevate those. And these are the most strongly recommended sources coming out of the task force. And then here are additional sources being recommended out of the task force. Thank you.
Thank you. Juan Matute, then Michael Pimentel, and or not Michael. Okay, Eli Littman.
Yeah, I really appreciated this report, but I do think it's missing two numbers around two concepts that I think will be really illustrative for decision makers in the future. So and they have to do with value capture, and it kind of dances around it. There's this statement, as Hunter mentioned in his staff report, that the state vests significant property rights, density bonuses, et cetera, in areas near high quality transit, but makes it hard for transit agencies to basically get money for this. And so, I think it was, I don't know how long ago, where Member Powers of BART stated that he's facing a $375 million deficit And apparently I just have been brainstorming of ways to try to fill that for the past couple months. And I think like the magnitude of some of the tax increment financing and transfer of development rights type measures needs to be illustrated. So I was doing some calculations, and if one assumes BART has 50 stations, if one assumes that there's going to be some sort of annual tax increment in the half mile around each of those stations that is equal to 50 cents per square foot of land. That's fairly conservative. That would generate $547 million a year. And that's greater than your deficit. And that's just BART. If you look at the 131.4 miles of right of way, so that's an ongoing thing that would fill a big gap for BART and other agencies, that I think people would look at and say, when you scale it up to statewide, that's going to be a very big number. It's going to be in the several billions of dollars, and it's a very reasonable assumption for tax increment finance, I think, at 50 cents a square foot of land. BART has 131.4 miles of right of way. If you need some one-time funding for capital, you could take some of this value creation that the state gives, which is density bonuses, et cetera, and you can say, instead of giving that to the owner of the land, which is what they do now, we're going to give it to BART or any other agency. I think ideally an MPO would be able to vote to say, we want to raise this revenue mechanism. If you multiply those 131 miles by 25-foot width of the right of way, and you assume just one FAR, you take that idea of that developable capacity and you assume one FAR, and then you sell that off to nearby developers who are interested in making a building a little bit larger than they would with all of the existing bonuses and local zoning, you could raise one time, just assuming $50 a square foot of developable capacity, which I think is very conservative, one time 870 million. If you go to 3 FAR, you're talking about 4 billion. I'm sure you could use 4 billion in locally generated money for a capital project. These are big numbers. That's just for BART. These are big numbers if you start thinking about all of the rail agencies, all of the dedicated right of way. I think putting some illustration of what that type of policy, tax increment finance or transfer of development rights that vests to the transit agency, if you put some numbers around there, people in the legislature are going to look at that, because raising income taxes on every Californian to pay for transit, though I think would be great, and I think a lot of the people in this room would think would be great, we might be outnumbered with the people outside of this room. But creating value through either tax increment finance or transfer of development rights, that's a lot easier ask, I think, of the legislature to get money. And putting some solid numbers behind them, I think, would make it really, really quite attractive as policy options. So I would encourage, in the final report, it doesn't have to be this is pretty good, to have some exploration of what TIF and some other mechanisms could generate, because they're really big numbers compared to these. Thank you.
So Chad, I'm just going to jump and just appreciate the analysis, Juan, and I appreciate your support. And conceptually, I'm on board with it, but it reminds me of literally the last sentence in The Sun Also Rises. You know, this one of Hemingway's greatest novels, one of the greatest novels ever written, in my opinion. And his last line in that book was, "Isn't it pretty to think so?" And, you know, there's a lot of assumptions there, and there are a lot of challenges right now with development, right? Whether, you know, it's the market, whether it's the affordable housing component, getting their stack together to get their tax increment financing. So there's a lot behind that, but totally in support of the concept.
Thank you. I think we have Eli Littman up.
Thank you. And I'd be interested in this. And thank you all for this analysis. This is really, really helpful as an organization that's done 5 ballot measures and that raised $4 billion in LA County for public investments in affordable housing and public transit. These are all very, this is very helpful to kind of understand the differences. One that I would, and want to look at it a lot more. One that I would also think about, one that I would add that's not here is, particularly since we're talking about bonding, it's late in the day, about CapEx, is we need to add bonding. Our colleagues here at Metro, we proposed legislation for a $20 billion capital state bond with Assemblyman Nick Schultz. And our legislature, through a 2/3 vote, can put a bond for CapEx onto the ballot that would more than cover, this $11-ish billion potential CapEx need. And so, I do think that that should be kind of an illustrative scenario in this tax scenario to include as well, because that is, I think, consistent with this task force and with a recommendation to the legislature of like, hey, this is something you could actually do to solve our CapEx needs. Obviously, bonding doesn't work for operations, but that should be part of the mix here, because that could also, address, or it puts it in context with these other options, which are more focused on, or let me rephrase that. They could be for CapEx, but they're more likely sources for operations because they're an ongoing source rather than a bond.
Thank you, Eli. I'll go back to Bob Powers. It looks like he is caught up, and then we'll.
I just wanted to throw one thing out there for you and for Hunter. I think right now, Senator Arreguín and Assembly Member Gonzalez out of LA have an ask right out of the, annual ask out of the budget process going on right now. And it's a statewide ask of, I think, $2 billion. And so, in the near term, and I think you're thinking about this one, right, Hunter? So near term, short, medium, long term, I think in the near term, this task force supporting that request coming, and getting behind that. I know the distributions are still in, their early stages and how that may shake out, but it's a statewide ask that's kind of a one-time funding thing. And I think that's important to keep pushing on to be complementary to this ongoing discussion about how we fund as a state public transit. And so whether you want to call it, bridge funding or whatever you want to call it, I think even these annual allocations are very important as we navigate this. So I think there's still, those discussions are going, and I think those two, Gonzalez and Arreguín, make a nice bookend there that grabs the whole state. So hopefully that's an area that you can get behind as well. We can get behind as well. Sorry about that, Chet.
Thank you, Bob. Let's go to Kome.
Yeah, I think we're beginning to get to probably one of the real reasons we're here. I appreciate the attempt to characterize what the funding opportunities are. I think and I know we're thinking about this, it's not obvious right now, but we must be able to articulate a vision that we're trying to get to. Because that then decides or defines the size of the pot that you're trying to build and you build to. It's going to be a range of different fund sources, I imagine, that we need to be looking at over time. It's not going to be one big source of fund that does this. The one question I have, or actually a couple of questions I have, is in trying to decide this range that you have from 11 billion to 29.7 billion from D to A. Does that include existing funding?
Yeah, that would be expenditure. So yeah, it includes, it would be it's not how much, that is not, that is, would be how much is needed to meet the scenario of growing or shrinking in that range.
Because in the text, we show that existing funding grew from 9 to 14 billion over a certain period of time through 2022. And so when I look at this range, I'm wondering if that's included or if that's what we need on top of what we already have.
This would be overall not, it does not include the existing.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I think that's important to note because I think we do need to have an inventory of what we currently have. Some of that may need to be restructured if we're talking about replacing gas tax with mileage-based user fee and indexing that and also adding a premium for transit on that. I think might be something to think about how we look at that. But it also means that we have to have a certain service, and somebody had mentioned it, so I don't want to repeat what's been said. We need to have a certain service scenario in mind that we're aspiring to, which is based on the vision that this transformation task force is trying to posit before the legislature as to what to fund. So I think it's going to be important to look at it from that scenario. The one other question I have is when you look at the existing, we already said that the 1121 process did not adequately capture what the transit need is. And I think all day today you heard from a lot of folks that said we need to do some work on that. I think it'd be good to get a sense of if it's estimation or if it's um, some analysis we need to do to get to what might be the existing projected transit need, and whether or not that information can come from. I know we have regional plans that have aspirational spends for transit over time. It may still be conservative, even looking at those RTPs. So just something to throw out there as to another level of analysis that needs to be done so that we can then build on that as to what we want to get to, and hopefully then use that to begin to identify what are fund sources. And I agree with a statement that was made earlier on. We should not be negotiating against ourselves. We should try and put all the possibilities on the table. It doesn't necessarily mean they're going to happen. I think ultimately the legislature is going to have to decide what's actionable from their perspective.
Thank you. It looks like we've got Seamus and Alex next.
Yeah, thank you. I think I agree with Ian's point about not wanting to set some perhaps artificial estimate or brackets around what the needs might be for the legislature. I think we should be, that's a good cautionary tale for us. And I also like the suggestion that we go back to the service levels and the projects that are going to be needed to be able to achieve the greenhouse gas reductions that the goals that the state has set for itself. If we're going to come up with an estimate, it ought to be tied to that. We have the country's most ambitious greenhouse gas reduction goals, and maybe it's something, especially on the operating side, of just being as ambitious as leading the country and picking the right metric and leading the country in terms of operating subsidy that would make sense to achieve those goals proportionally, of course, when it comes to comparing California to other states. And then as far as the specific funding sources, I think that Bob is totally right. The general fund and a budget ask, that's the only way to move forward with anything that's achievable, accomplishable in the near term over the next 1 to 3 years. When we start to look beyond that, I think political viability is a big question, but we shouldn't let that stand in the way. We absolutely need to reauthorize the cap and trade program. If we're going to replace what is dwindling fuel tax revenues, then it ought to be tied to some road user charge or congestion pricing that can be as close as we used to get to what fuel tax provided. We're living in a new world where those revenues are going down, so let's try and replace it in a way that just makes common sense. And then the longer term, I really think value capture and land use is a major part of the answer there. I thought that before. Juan, I thought presented some pretty thought-provoking numbers that we ought to look at in more depth. And that, again, as the staff report correctly states, takes a long time to materialize. And is sure going to take a long time politically to be able to achieve. But I think that has to be a part of the equation and the solution for that longer term time frame.
Alex?
Thank you. I really want to appreciate the work that went into this report. It was very detailed, and it does seem like we are finally to the conversation we all wanted to have. I think I'm just going to echo a few comments. I agreed with a lot of what Seamus said. I do appreciate how you're looking at the time horizons, the near term, medium term, long term. I think that's really important. I also think we really have to look at the goals we're trying to achieve, the outcomes. So I was a little maybe I just misunderstood, but why it kept talking about a 10% increase and the 1.25 billion, because it just didn't seem tied to what could really be transformational to me. So I guess I would just echo the comments that have been made around there to not limit ourselves and really to focus on what we need for the outcomes of what we're trying to do for California. I think it's really important to also, I think this was mentioned in a prior meeting, to think about diversifying the revenue sources that support our transit system. So, we rely a lot on sales tax, and that obviously is not only regressive, but it can be hit hard in certain ways. All sources can, like fare box as well. But I think that should be an important part of the conversation. Yeah, and I just agreed with a lot of what has been said about near term, really thinking about general fund as probably being in the budget ask being really important, thinking about cap and trade kind of in the slightly near term, medium term, and what that looks like. And then also as we think about the road usage charge and that transition, also pricing as being more important, and also some of the things that were listed in here that are politically very hard, but are probably worth looking at is, whether it's payroll tax or other things, they should at least be on the table. And I was curious on that when MTC did a study for our region, we looked at it in terms of, to generate, I think it was $1 billion would be a 0.36% tax on wages, which again, and I was just curious, the way that you looked at it was very different, and that it looked like it was a 20% increase, and I guess you were just looking at it differently. So, yeah, I think just appreciate the conversation. Thanks.
To quickly take the technical questions, the point on the illustrative, that looking at that $1.2 billion, since we don't have a target yet of like, okay, we would love, $10 billion extra per annum, or 500 million, whatever that is. We just use 10% or 1.2 billion as in any of these given revenue generators, here's how much you would need to do to get that $1.2 billion. And then on the payroll tax one, to that specific example, it would be a 20 to 25% increase on the existing payroll tax rate, corresponding to 50 or 65% per $50 or $60 per worker, rather than and I think it would probably be a similar rate to what your study found, because that rate is on the lower side. So that's just the percentage increase on the current rate is the number.
We've received a lot of really good feedback on this report, and it sounds like the task force here is providing some really good guidance on how to come back with more information in the next meeting. So I think we would welcome further feedback on what we've done. And if you have thoughts that come out of the discussion here today, to send those into us. We will take this report and take it to the next step of responding to some of the feedback we received today. It seems like we're making some good progress here on putting information out that could be useful, and we'll do our best to bring another version back in the next meeting. Is that fair? With that, I think we have time to get into the next item, staff report number 6. This is the draft report update and possible action for approval of the TTF report for recommendations draft. I'm going to ask Hunter to walk us through it, and then we'll see where we can go in terms of possible actions.
Yeah, I don't know, given how much time we have left today, how much possible actions we will get through, but I will try to be pretty quick on where we are in just sort of our overall roadmap to finishing this report by October and some of the report concepts we'd like you to take a look at. So first, we have a schedule of future meetings lined up on in table 1. Thank you to those of the agencies that are hosting those meetings. But we tentatively have scheduled 3 more meetings left with 1 more as necessary. So getting to the end here. In going on to the executive summary in page 2, we have aimed to be responsive in our report outline to feedback on how we can emphasize the transit as essential, highlight some of the recent legislative context, showcase some of the successful initiatives, and touch on a couple other pieces. So we've updated an appendix. I'd encourage you to take a look at that appendix with the revised draft outline when you have a chance. The task force requested that we articulate out, sort of clear 1 sentence vision, and we have put together 3 possible options for you all to consider. Obviously, we are very open to edits and feedback on these as like the bold vision statement. Those are options. Option 1, public transit is the backbone of a prosperous, climate resilient, and equitable California, empowering every Californian to move freely, reliably, and sustainably. Option 2 is public transit can once again be the mode of choice to shape a sustainable, equitable, and prosperous future for California. And option 3, public transit can be the first and best choice for California residents and visitors, delivering mobility, connection, and a more sustainable, equitable future. We'll take some feedback on that during the action pieces. We've also touched on those recent trends and challenges. On page 3, you'll see another principle that is available for options. There was requests for revisions to the 4 principles of the report. The originals were better service, better outcomes, transit and land use are interconnected, safety is fundamental, and transit should be operationally sustainable. We've revised these based on your feedback to boost the speed, frequency, and reliability of transit service, increase options for living, working, and learning near high-quality transit routes, deliver an exceptional customer experience with a strong focus on safety for everyone, and ensure transit is operationally and fiscally sustainable with consistent investment. With that, we also have our first second pass, which I've been promising for a long time. So I hope we're on our transit priority recommendations that were previously approved. So section 1F, 1D from the legislation. We have an update. We have the policy recommendation and the updated policy recommendation, and now we've added the responsible entities, what entities support it, what enables it, and how is it going to be implemented, and a level of complexity. Also, based on how you vote, we've also added in fields for whether this is a key recommendation, and this is where we're really trying to keep the keys to a relatively small number, and then the voting record on any of these principles. I don't know if we'll be able to take full votes on this today based on the clock, but we will be certainly before this ends up in the final report and have opportunities to draft. But thank you for the consideration, and we will take public comments.
Can you please take public comment, Hillary?
Yes, we will now take public comment on this item. Our public comment, as before, consists of 2 portions: public comment in the room and public comment for our listeners on Zoom. Do we have anyone who would like to make a public comment in the room? Right, seeing none. Rachel, is there anyone on Zoom who would like to make a public comment?
There are currently no raised hands. As a reminder, to make a public comment, please use the raise your hand feature. I'll wait a moment to give time for people to raise hands. All right, I don't see any raised hands, so no public comments on Zoom.
All right, that concludes our public comment period. I'll hand it back over to the chair.
Okay, and we've got now 12 people in the room. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We cannot, we have to suspend meeting until we have 1 person return.
what is the feedback you're looking for us? What would be most helpful right now for you?
We have three on the slide here. You can see three actions. I think if we can take on one of these three, whether it's the vision, I think either the vision statements or the updated principles, getting those approved, modified or approved, if we could get through one of those, that would probably be the best use of our remaining time. Once we have quorum, obviously.
Okay, we can
Sorry.
proceed. Yeah.
My apologies.
Okay. Okay.
We're having a caucus there, Chad, so.
Okay. Well, at this point, we have a few possible actions based on the report, but we can have discussion here as well. So I think while some of you were out of the room, the question was what with the time that we have remaining, what would we focus on? And the question was whether any of the updated principles or vision statements might be on the table to be either approved or modified or denied. But this report obviously can come back in a future meeting, so we also can decide to discuss it and then in the next meeting take action on it. So we have some people who would like to discuss. I didn't see which order they went up in, but let's go with Michael Turner first, and then Laurel Paget-Seekins, and then we'll come over to the other side of the room.
I would just say, good start. I need a lot of people internally to be looking at a lot of these things, so I don't feel comfortable, acting on any of these, but it's a good start, a lot to talk about. But I think at this point, actually taking any action might be a little early.
Laurel Paget-Seekins.
Laurel from Public Advocates. Yeah, just initially, I prefer option one for the vision statement, but I feel like I don't have a lot of strong opinions, I guess, on the principles. I did sort of have some feedback on the sort of tone of some of the draft report that was in index, that it felt, it felt like in some ways, someone said earlier, like negotiating against ourselves. So I don't know what would be the best way to provide that feedback, if it's written of specific lines of okay.
Can I just ask for process, if there's no motion to do any of those things, this just comes back? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. We will bring this report back for further discussion at the next meeting. And if that helps you provide more detailed comments in advance of that meeting that we can then use as a foundation for our upcoming discussion as well, we'll make use of that and prepare an appropriate agenda. Let's go to Laura Tolkoff and then Ian Griffiths. And then looks like Carrie.
Thanks, Laura Tolkoff, Spur. I agree that it would be good to bring this back before we can take any action on it. With regards to the vision statement, I have a slight preference for option one with the addition of the word affordable after climate resilient, just given the cost of transportation for Californians. And strongly suggest not using option three, given that with limited resources, it's not likely that every corner of California is going to make transit their first and best option.
Ian and then Carrie.
Yeah, I also think we should all read this and think about it, and probably I certainly, it was, I didn't get the chance to really look fully through everything here, focusing on, there was so much content for some of the other agenda items here that we were voting on today. So I'd welcome that opportunity. I agree. I think it's some of these things are going in the right direction. I broadly like the rewriting of the 4 principles. I also have a preference of the 3 options for the vision statement. I like 1 the most, although and largely because it's certainly the phrasing of a vision statement, if it's strong, should say, this is the future, not this can be. To me, a vision statement should say, our system is accessible, whatever the words are, but I will provide written feedback on perhaps some slight, some more specific edits here, but yeah, thank you.
Carrie?
So I have a new part-time job removing the words climate and equity from documents. But I think this is important to keep in mind if we are trying to not be a California that's always focused on these things. There's a lot of other reasons why transit is the best thing that we should be investing in. So I agree that affordable for the people who are using it needs to be in there. I also think efficient. The most efficient way we're going to get people around our state is on transit, and that's something that can speak to everyone. I like the word prosperous, and so I think putting more words in there that go to the idea that transit is also the most economical way that we are going to invest in the future of our state. I think we have to start thinking about other ways to use our language so that we're speaking to a more general audience and talking about financial matters that matter to everyone. Other than that, I like option 1.
Thank you. Let's go with Eli Lippman.
All right, I would second what was just said. Carrie, I don't see affordability anywhere in here, and oh, okay. All right, sorry, I stepped out. But I do like the idea of a prosperous future that does speak to the importance of transportation for goods movement and people movement and the ability to get to and from jobs towards economic prosperity. So those are smart. So I would maybe, it sounds like we might be combining or potentially removing scrubbing some words. I would also put out there the idea, I think I brought this up earlier, this is from research done at the University of Michigan related to transit security and insecurity. It could be as simple as, we seek a future where every California is transit secure, right? Meaning they have abundant, sustainable, reliable, transportation to ensure a prosperous future for all Californians. And, security can mean a lot of things to different people. And as Carrie points out, we're in a different environment. But it might secure our ability to secure funding in the future.
Okay, with these comments, I believe we have kind of some of our guidance going forward on how to bring this item back in the next meeting. We welcome further comments between meetings that we can use to guide our preparation for the next one. Let's go on to the items after. I believe we have just a little bit more on our agenda here. We have public comment for any items not on the agenda.
Good afternoon. We will once again have public comment for items not on the agenda. We will have public comment in the room and also on Zoom. Is there anyone in the room who would like to make a public comment on items not on the agenda? Seeing none. Rachel, is there anyone on Zoom who would like to make a public comment for items not on the agenda?
Yes, we do have a raised hand. The first public comment is Warren. As a reminder, you have 2 minutes. I'll provide you with a 20-second warning verbally and let you know when the 2 minutes is up. I will allow you to unmute now.
Hello, committee members. This is Warren Cushman here from Community Resources for Independent Living in Hayward. I would have liked to have been here earlier, but I had an important matter that had to be dealt with. I am a person with a disability, and my needs are pretty specific. I want to talk a little bit about transit-dependent riders. First of all, people with disabilities are around 70% unemployed. So that changes our dynamics in a number of ways. One of the ways that it changes our dynamics is that we are more transit dependent than other folks. In addition to our challenges that we all have as people with disabilities, the employment factor also changes our dynamics. In addition to that, we are dependent on benefits much more than you might think of in other populations. And therefore, those realities do change how we live our lives. So equity is very, very important to us. And so is disability access. I don't think we can separate things like disability access and equity from the conversation. I think those are key points that we have to continue to support. I recognize that, you know, we are all thinking of the future, but there are poor individuals who need the system all the time. And that is what I want to reflect. I also want to thank the MTC for what the MTC has been doing in the realm of finding and paratransit. They have done a number of good things with all of their transit transformation action plan. And with that, I'll say thank you very much and see you next time.
Thank you very much. And we don't have any more raised hands, so I'll turn it back over to Hillary.
Thank you, Rachel, and thank you to all of our public commenters. This concludes the public comment portion for this section. I'll hand it back over to the chair.
So thank you. As we wrap up the meeting here today, I'd like to remind folks how valuable it is to receive written feedback on the materials that we're preparing here. So please provide that to the SB 125 Transit inbox that we have on the slide. Our next meeting is going to be June 10th in Los Angeles. And so we're looking forward to that. And with that, I'd like to adjourn the meeting. Thank you, everybody.